absolutely right. And we are in one of the most centralised, in England, the most centralised countries in the world, and we massively need serious evolution. But I think there's a real problem that in England, the people are not trusted by political elites. You know, they're scared stiff of what people might do if they had a bit more power. And so there's this massive clamping down against giving that power out more widely. But we have to take it back. Power is never given, it is taken, and we're going to go and do our best to do that. And the Yorkshire flag and the Cornish flag and so forth is exactly, I think, a manifestation of the fact that people need a political voice. They want a political voice and a cultural voice. And it's there and it's growing. And I think it just demonstrates that everything that we've been saying, all of us, about perhaps the limits to where the UK is right now and what's going to come after it, just demonstrates that this is coming from the bottom up. It really is, and this is a really exciting moment.
So this is a dangerous bit for me, and I'm going to try and tread carefully. So on the issue of the Labour Party, clearly there are lots of things I think about this and that question. It does feel that there is there is a kind of a growing sense that to have your own thoughts and to do your own thinking and to ask the big questions about why we are where we are is increasingly verboten in the Labour Party, and it's not to be discussed because it might damage our prospects of election and actual success. And that's problematic because any political party that isn't prepared to think about where it is now, why the country is where it is, what's happening in the economy, why these things are happening, frankly, doesn't have a very bright future if it's not going to ask basic questions about why we are where we are. So it does feel that in terms of where the country is going, the history of the union, it feels like we put a cork up our bottom in terms of thinking, 5 years of constipation, and it's going to explode at some point, and it isn't going to be pretty. So, you know, maybe this roadshow can be part of the process of allowing Labour to uncork itself and start to question this. Otherwise, it could get messy, and it does need to uncork itself. So you're not going to get any argument from there on me. The other thing I wanted to talk about was housing, and I think, look, there's a reason. Thatcherism was an English project. It was from those forces I was talking about, the people who built the empire, who took that wealth, who extrapolated that wealth, and they brought it back here, set up the overseas territories so they could dump that wealth in tax havens. We know we can get that back tomorrow if we wanted, those trillions that are there. They've done that, and then they've told us to forget about it. And that English project is all about, in many ways, Kojo Koram called it boomerang effect. That what happened over there has now come back here to the UK, and that rapacious, exploitative, extractive economic system is now feasting on all of us. And housing is part of that. The financialization of every aspect of our lives is part of that story. It's the story of empire, and it's come back here. And it's all interlinked with the story of what Britain is and the people who are trying to hold this 75-year-old construct together. And I think when you begin to unpick that, you begin to tell that story, then you begin to understand why we have the problems we do. And I don't think the Labour Party should be scared of that. It should embrace it if it's a genuinely democratic socialist party, which I would like to think it is, although I understand why we may sometimes forget that. So.
I want to thank all of our panel, but I do just want to say for a second that I'm particularly grateful to Clive for standing up to the whips and for coming here despite his party's authoritarian. Since the rest of the panel did their plugs, I'm just going to do mine. I've just started a deal with Faber and Faber to write a book called Abolish Westminster. So that will be available in all good bookshops come 2025. I look forward to you reading it. I need to hand over to Peter McCall, who is going to tell you what's happening next. So thank you to our panel. Shall we stay or go?
Thank you. My name's Peter McCall. I'm one of the conference co-directors, and I'm really excited to invite James Robertson to the stage to deliver a reading of A Shortbread History of Scotland. If you have seen James before, you'll be very excited, as I am. If you haven't seen him before, you're in for a real treat. James.
Thanks very much, Peter. Just in the spirit of Tom Nairn, I would like to get rid of a few historical misrepresentations. It'll take 1 minute. It says A Shortbread History of Scotland, done entirely in cliches and slogans. Hail Caledonia, whiskey galore, make it in Livingston, Lochaber no more. Glasgow's miles better, a Gordon for me, pure dead brilliant. You'll have had your tea. Kate me a falcha, come a wall ben. Will you no come back again? Give it a how, off you no wheel. Jock Thompson's bairns in the land of the Leal. Scotland free or a desert, the stag at bay. Pay no poll tax, Scots wa hae. Lead on, Macduff, it wasn't me. Up with the bonnets of bonny Dundee. A parcel of rogues, the thin red line, Granny's heel and hame, for Auld Lang Syne. Haste ye back, come on, get off. Muckle fat, some stupid being off. Here's to us, what's like us, made from girders. Lovely biscuits, there's been a murder. The blood is strong, Dunsire blue, was your Wally Shakespeare who?
Thank you. Just by way of directions, we have next a plenary in this room, which is on Tom Nairn and the future of the British state, with the speakers Hilary Wainwright, Rory Scowthorne and Pat Kane. In the breakout room west, which is one of the drawing rooms, we have the Tories' economic legacy with Scott Lavery, James Meadway, Maggie Chapman, and George Kervin. And in the east reading room, there's a breakout on the rise of Sinn Féin and the prospects for a united Ireland with me in chair, Una Mullally and Daniel Finn. There are about 100 spaces in each of those, and we'd really encourage you to go attend them. For those of you who are from Edinburgh, as Joyce McMillan pointed out to me this morning, the drawing room west is the one closer to Glasgow, so on that side. So if you want to hear about the economic legacy of the Tories, go towards Glasgow. And the rise of Sinn Féin is in the east, so the one towards Portobello or East Lothian on this side. So I look forward to seeing all of you trying to cram into the Irish session, but I highly recommend the others too. Thank you very much.
Oh, well, you know, I'll try not to brag about that to you. Got enough ego. But no, that's not. Yeah. I'll then you. So the other person I claim is Judge Law.
Anybody was a good.
So,
No, I'm just fine. Who's going to switch on the microphones?
I would imagine people with little black boxes up there.
Okay. Prod them with a stick.
I don't see people anymore.
Oops. Should be on now. Okay. Can I be heard? Can you hear me? Wave your hand if you can hear me. Oh, there we go. Isn't that beautiful? Thanks very much. What a brilliant event this is. It's so wonderful to see so many of you, and it's so wonderful to see this hall in particular filled, because as far as I can see, I'm very proud to say this is the only session that has a title in it with the words Tom Nairn. So this is a room full of Tom Nairn nerds. We're going to nerd out furiously. So this is your chance. Have you ever had a question about Tom's complex body of work? Maybe don't lean on me or Hillary, but certainly ask Rory. He knows all the answers. So this is really intriguing to me. It's a very brief introduction before a brief setup before I introduce these people. My name's Pat Kane, by the way, singer, musician, pest. The biggest challenge of Tom's thought is in the title of this conference, The Breakup of Britain. It struck me it would be worth asking the question, does that mean the breakup of the British state? To the extent that Tom supported the establishment of an independent Scottish nation state, which he did, it would have to mean that. And what would be left behind would be what was delightfully called in recent years the RUK, which is about as broken and distorted as something could get. The question, was the 2014 Indie Prospectus more like independence in the UK, as some commentators have said, discuss. But you'd imagine that a support for Scottish independence would imply the breakup of Britain, at least constitutionally and jurisdictionally. To the extent that Tom was a devolutionist and a federalist, which he also advocated and agitated for at points in his life, as Willie Storer said earlier, the future of the British state is reform and modernisation, not breakup. But one thing that we should remember about Tom and his legacy, his intellectual legacy, is that he's the great critic of the backwardness of the British state. This is the Nairn-Anderson thesis, well known, but what it basically says is that the national revolution that came in 1688 came too early and was ill-formed. It was a deal between merchants and the upper and ruling classes. It wasn't like a bourgeois revolution in the classic European sense. And that broken, backward model of the British state still seems in operation today, as if you look at Starmer's Labour, it's cleaving to a right-of-centre agenda, and one that which seems at the very least indifferent to internal constitutional change on these islands. Let's see, but I'm not too hopeful myself. And as for Brexit, well, I can just see Tom's eyes rolling at the mention of Brexit. The unitary tendencies of the British state seem to have been reinforced by it. Westminster overrides the devolved jurisdiction of Scotland almost every other month. Will a forthcoming Labour government, if so, officially committed to Brexit, be more tolerant of devolutionary deviation or less tolerant of it, let alone another independence referendum? The future's murky in that respect, I think. But you're all here today because of, I think, of one understanding that Tom's writing, not just the punk rock 1977 prophecy of the breakup of Britain, but throughout his 60-odd years of brilliance, is a very active guide to the uncertain future of the British state. And as I say, we have two fantastic people here to explore that. To my left, is that my left? Yes, that's my left. It's always been a problem for me, whether I'm on the left hand or the right hand. Rory Scowthorne is a postdoctoral fellow at the Institute for Advanced Studies in the Humanities at Edinburgh University. He's a historian of ideology, culture and politics, focuses on left-wing radicalism, nationalism, devolution and civil society in Scotland in the final third of the 20th century. I wish I could have studied that. He's also public commentator on contemporary Scotland and UK politics for the LRB, London Review of Books, New Statesman, The Guardian, as well as a TV and radio tart. Hilary Wainwright, of which I know very well myself. Hilary Wainwright is a sociologist, political activist and socialist feminist, co-editor of Red Pepper magazine, fellow of the Transnational Institute, author of several books including Labour, A Tale of Two Parties and New Politics from the Left, and I think a fellow traveller with Tom on the left, and the trials and tribulations of thinking like a Marxist or a post-Marxist for quite a long time. So, a very simple question, and I'm going to ask both of them at the beginning, and then we'll develop it, and then I'm looking forward to your questions, nerdish or otherwise. So the first question I want to put to two of you, and I'll put to Rory first, is really, how does Tom Nairn's work help us think about the future of the British state? Rory.
Thank you, Pat, for that introduction, which I did not write myself. I did not use the word talent there. I think the first thing is that the future, for Nairn, the whole phrase, the future of Britain, is an oxymoron. But he loved contradictions. He would have loved that. In Scotland, we even have our own phrase for these kind of productively painful splits in the soul. We call them Caledonian anti-syzygy, which is great because it's ungoogleable. And we're fortunate enough to be discussing things like this in a city that expresses those contradictions. Edinburgh is like a Nairn essay. You walk through it, you're walking through that early essay on Scottish nationalism, the three dreams of Scottish nationalism. You can go up to the old town, St. Giles Kirk, where John Knox preached. Think about the Reformation, which Nairn talked about as a kind of doomed effort to bring heaven down to earth, this great effort to escape Scotland's reality, which left us with decades of chaos and misery, or as some people like to think. Some people like to think it gave us a democratic and rebellious spirit, but Nairn saw this as a democracy of the damned, a democracy, an equality of helplessness before the Almighty. And he saw the next dream of Scottish nationalism as the Enlightenment, Scottish Enlightenment, another attempt to escape onto the abstract world of reason and ideas. And we see this around us in the new town, a kind of neoclassical grandeur, an abstract cosmopolitan style, not much very Scottish about it. And so we end up with 19th century romanticism, that weird Disneyland that now occupies the old town, those Scots baronial Gothic fantasias that conjure up an idea of Scottishness that is safely depoliticized. In fact, even in the new town, we have some nods to Scotland. If you go over to Calton Hill at the East End, you see the National Monument up on Calton Hill, which was, they were thinking of building a monument to the Napoleonic Wars. Down in London, they thought, well, we should have one to the Scots who died as well, so they put one on Calton Hill. But then they didn't finish it, so we've got one end of a fake Parthenon up on Calton Hill. And this desire for Scotland to be represented within Britain has to be understood. The beauty, the grandeur of all that romance in the old town has to be understood as compensation, as a kind of spiritual salve for what Britishness really is, which is a complete lack of power. That unbearable lightness of being British is what Tom Nairn really thought his work was all about. Being subject of a nation with no real or distinctive culture of its own, one that has to rely on the appropriating the cultures of its peripheries or worshipping these kind of pet monarchs that we have. That is what Britishness is all about to Nairn, a country that doesn't really substantiate itself at any point. The dreamlike nature of this city has to be understood as well in the context of the age of revolutions. The National Monument was a monument to Scots who died fighting Napoleon, Britain desperately resisting this revolutionary surge across the world that actually applied the ideals of the Enlightenment that we see immortalized in the architecture around us, applied them to politics, tried to build political orders on the foundation of reason and universality and equality, the very things the British regime was setting itself against. This is the real nature of Britishness. It says, the romance, the joy, the feeling of nationhood must be safely in the past. That collective agency that comes from nationhood must be in the past. The present is for other people. It's for the people in charge. Leave them alone. Do what they say. passively show up every 4 or 5 years, vote for them again, and then leave them alone again. That is what Britishness is. That's what Tom Nairn teaches us about the very political essence of Britishness. And the thing we have to understand about the future of Britain is that it's not a future for us. It's not a future where the people have agency. It is a future where we continue passively receiving and then every 4 or 5 years endorsing the things that people in charge do. This is not how countries are supposed to work. This is not how modern nations are supposed to function. Now, the word for this is normally republicanism, a sense that people have power, a sense that ordinary people are the real founders of their country. It is what we lack, and we can see how badly we lack this in our 2 latest attempts to escape it, to escape our fates in Britain. Corbynism, which I enthusiastically supported. I'm still a member of the Labour Party for some reason that escapes even me. And Corbynism was founded again on the idea, the very unpopular idea in Britain, that people should be agents of their own fate, that people should control politics themselves, that they should be active citizens, actively engaged in their political lives. And Corbynism foundered on those rocks of passivity that defend Britain's fortress. So did Scottish independence. And when it came down to it, this great movement of saying we have the power to change things came down to it, and other people told us it wouldn't work. The businesses, banks, the Conservatives, the Labour Party told us it wouldn't work, and so the people in Scotland said, well, okay, it probably won't. They don't have that confidence in their own power. They have to wait for other people to exercise it and then agree with them. That is what the future of Britain looks like, as far as I'm concerned, as far as Tom Nairn was concerned. And the only way we can get out of it is by not just focusing on that one break from the order, this other break from the order, not just Corbynism, not just Scottish nationalism, not just the Preston model. We have to tie these things together, because the only way that we'll have that confidence to use popular power, to really have confidence in our own agency, to take action against all those risks that pop up of economic collapse, of letting the Tories back in, of losing your pensions or your mortgages. The only way people have confidence to overcome those risks is if they know that other people will act alongside them when they act. And for that, we have to stitch together all these small efforts to break away all over the country, not just in Scotland, in the city regions, in Wales, in England, in London. We have to work out a way of tying these together so they work in some kind of tandem, so that that agency is truly popular across Britain. And ironically, I think the only future we have outside of Britain requires us acting for once as an actual collective British agency, joining those things together, working through and against those institutions to try and break away. So that's the future of Britain for me.
Thank you. I'm dinging like a pinball machine with questions for you, but I will suppress that and go to Hilary, because Hilary, I guess you take or your answer to the question, how does Tom help us understand the future of the British state? You're sort of contemporary of Tom in a way. Yeah. So give us your take.
Does this work? Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So, I want to start from what Rory and our sort of sort of meeting, planning of this, referred to as the psychedelic Tom, and in particular, Tom the barricades around the École des Beaux-Arts in Paris in 1968, and then joining the occupation of the Hornsey Art School where he worked. I want to argue that the spirit of 68, in the sense of a deeply liberating notion of democratic change, continued to be one of Tom's animating beliefs. And in a way, it's that sort of underlying belief in a really liberating notion of democracy that is my sort of guiding sort of thought that I take from Tom. So that's what I want to follow through. I mean, as a junior member of the sixth generation of 68, a little bit younger than Tom, but aging, and in a way we never thought we'd grow up, and perhaps we, in one sense we haven't grown up, because we haven't, growing up was always about accepting or being one of those people that accepted the existing order, being a grown up. It's this whole phrase, I don't know whether Mandelson used it or Starmer, but we're grown-ups. So anyway, I'm pleased not to grow up. But I want to evoke that spirit now, the spirit of 68, to identify the allies. In a way, very much Rory's sort of thinking, the allies of that I think the transformative nationalism that has been emerging here needs.
if the British state is to be no more. Tom summed up the importance of what was born in '68 in a remarkable book that, thanks to George Caravan, I have, and I really recommend. It's like a sort of necessary companion to the breakup of Britain, the beginning of the end, and it's been republished by Verso and is quite cheap and small, but every page just, inspires us.
Ice cream.
Yeah, just inspires us. As did the first session, by the way. That first session was really good. Anyway, so I just want to begin with a quote that to me summed up the lesson of '68 that he identified. He marked that beginning, new beginning, as the emergence of a humanity which has rediscovered its true height and image without being driven to this discovery by physical need. A new humanity which will never crouch again beneath any fossilized tyranny in the name of order. And it's that sense that the crouching must end, which is kind of the theme of what I want to say. Obviously there was no shortage of tyrannies in 1968, East as well as West. But the use of the adjective fossilized evokes the entrenched powers of the British hereditary rule and the deference it induces. So also at the same time, Scottish nationalism was already in '67 beginning to disturb the political order of UK with the election of the SNP Winnie Ewing in a by-election for Westminster and the rise of the SNP. So Nairn was increasingly coming to believe that a new form of nationalism that was emerging and beginning to discover and testing out the true height and image of their humanity. But it would not achieve these heights through the SNP. The inspiration of the barricades pointed to the need for a very different kind of party, a movement party, enabling people to prefigure self-government through their own organisations. This was the promise, but certainly not the reality, of the Scottish Labour Party, which Tom joined and was active in. In a way, it was maybe, Rory will know more, but was one of his main sort of engagements with day-to-day politics. So maybe this experience led Tom to focus on analysing the enemy in order to think more strategically and identify allies. In particular, he focused his attention on the English, and he saw in the movement of the New Left the work of E.P. Thompson and Raymond Williams that was mentioned earlier, and the History Workshop. He saw this in his history of below. Oh, sorry. He saw this in this history from below. Sorry. He saw in it that it fostered a new... Yeah, okay, no, it's okay. Okay. A new political culture and outlook, to some extent balancing the simultaneous growth of sectarian Marxism in England. And he saw this as being, in a way, the source of a new kind of collective consciousness, which, in his view, would produce a national populism distinguishable from the habit of authority and the sink of deference. I love that concept, the sink of deference. So this was important. And then he talked about how this could mobilize, be the basis of a political mobilization, and a popular mobilization that would be needed for any real political change. Now, I think the political opportunity for such mobilization has developed a bit more unevenly than Tom perhaps envisaged, although, as we know, one of Tom's features, and absolutely inspiring features, was his constant openness and curiosity, so that, insofar as he didn't take account of something, it wasn't due to dogmatism, probably just time. You can't know everything. So for me, in a way, the first opportunity through which that sort of spirit of '68 found an open-ended, experimental political form was through the Greater London Council. And in a way, it was a completely different image of London. I remember I come from Leeds, kind of proudly, although Yorkshire nationalism is can be a bit right-wing. But, that notion of London, it was always, I remember, it was always the idea of going up to London. And for Christ's sake, London is down, And I couldn't understand that. And that was sort of London as the capital, London as the king, the queen, or whoever, you know, you go up to the monarchy. But London as an ordinary city to be governed democratically was completely different. And in a way, County Hall was a kind of mini British state. It was a sort of totally fossilized hierarchy. You know, it was run as a province, you know, an arm of the imperial state. It didn't have an army of its own, which was a good thing, but it was run on completely hierarchical command and control model of the army. So we were all officers, and in theory, without a principal officer, we could do nothing. I remember my first week, I was wondering, I mean, the building was sort of based on that hierarchy. So there was a members' floor, and, you know, you couldn't, I remember wandering onto this members' floor because it was rather sort of slightly more attractive, you know, and I wandered up there, and somebody sort of very tall came up to me and said, you know, are you a principal officer? No, what's a principal officer? So, well, you can't come up here without your principal officer. Anyway, so this was what it was like. We broke it down internally and in our relation to the people. Power resources, in effect, sovereignty, shared with the people through a variety of social movements. In that sense, we completely shook it up. No one crouched anymore. The crouching stopped. But then the chains of the British state closed us down. I remember there was a final party after abolition, and we were all on the members' floor. Everybody, cleaners, you know, researchers, organisers, all there. We were celebrating and mourning. And then at midnight, these police came with dogs and literally closed the door with a chain. And that sort of symbolized the notion of the British state finally controlling. And we have to say it also illustrated the role of the Labour Party as the sort of policeman of the British state, so that Neil Kinnock and so on, they were completely hostile to the GLC. In a way, they prepared the way for abolition. Yeah. So I think in a sense that there's a rediscovery now of the potential resources of the local state without romanticizing Preston or anywhere else. But I think perhaps the most important development we'll hear about later is Jamie Driscoll, the mayor of Tyneside, who PC Plod Starmer, you know, acting on behalf of the British state, blocked from standing for mayor. And again, this sign that the crouching is ending. Jamie stood and is standing as an independent candidate for the mayor of Tyneside. And that sort of sense that the PC Plod Starmer cannot actually repress, you know, the crouching is ending, is evident in all the resignations of the Muslim councillors, you know, resignations all over the place that are not just sulking, but are people saying, we know what we're going to do, we believe in self-determination, we'll carry on as councillors or whatever. And I think also another sphere of that kind of refusal to crouch was feminism, which I think Tom would have in discussion brought into his analysis. But it was a kind of the importance of feminism in refusing to defer to all the institutions of the British state and social life, private life. That was a sort of precursor for any wider kind of democratic awakening. And I think Raymond Williams, I do think, you know, the dialogue that was suggested this morning, sorry, I've just got to find a quote from him, it's crucial because, yeah, he talked about that spirit of self-determination. He said in The Long Revolution that what he could see, what he was describing, was the rising determination almost everywhere that people should govern themselves. And then he describes that process. And I think the importance of Tom is that he saw the importance of political change for that rising desire for self-determination that we saw in the women's movement and in many other movements, the student movement. So I think that in a way, I'd say that the breakup of Britain and the sort of final political awakening, it almost involves the breakup of the Labour Party. I think that the role of the Labour Party as a sort of policeman of the British state has been crucial. And I think that the kind of cooperation that both Caroline and now Rory and others have been talking about is crucial. And you can't cooperate when you're crouching. In a way, crouching is a very sort of individual kind of sad kind of posture. And so cooperation involves that sort of opening up and the idea of some kind of roadshow. And just to end with a quote from Tom's beginning of the end. Well, this is a quote. He quotes one of the slogans on the street. I take my desires for reality because I believe in the reality of my desires. And I think, that in a way, if we believe in the reality of our desires for democracy, this must be the theme of cooperation, collaboration over the coming year. Well, maybe more, but it's going to take some time.
Thanks. Thank you. Okay, we're going to come out to questions quite soon, but I just want to take Chair's prerogative and ask a question that is ineluctable to me. I can't deny it. As I understand Tom Nairn's work, and one of the things that's most powerful about it is that he legitimates nationalism, or legitimates the construction of a nationalist project as a way to deal with modern times, as a way to deal with market forces, as a way to deal with geographical challenges. It's a kind of tool for democracy. And what's just been not missing, but maybe not on the forefront, is that what Tom's work did was to enable, certainly my reading of Tom over the years, was to enable me as a sort of left progressive person to use the nation and to use the idea of the Janus-faced aspect of nationalism, where you look to the future by drawing from the past. And so what about, are we not talking about, or should we be talking about, the fact that we have a polity, we have a parliament that is run by two independence-oriented parties, that has agendas for national self-determination. It has conjunctures that it's looking out for. Isn't there a part of Tom that legitimates that kind of nationalist project? And isn't that one of his intellectual? Isn't that one of the reasons why we go to him? I mean, I remember reading Tom in the LRB. In fact, that was almost his routine. You would give Tom a subject, and he would eventually tell you, by the way, don't forget about small nations as motors of change. So do we. And then the tricky question from the kind of bottom-up plural sources of change that you two are talking about is that how do they relate to a putative new state that, if it existed, would break up the old state? What is that relationship between, radical pluralism from below and the fact that people have nation-state aspirations for really good progressive reasons? Come to that first, Rory. What's the link between the two?
I mean, I think one of the things that Nairn really emphasised, and when he began talking about nationalism, and as you say, legitimising it, initially he was pretty hostile.
Yeah, I know.
But by the 70s, he's coming round to it, and I think towards the 90s, he's really talking about nationality politics.
Please explain that.
Is that nationalism, or the politics of national identity, has to be normalised to the point where we realise that it's not something that just some people are doing. Absolutely everyone is doing nationalism, except for a small minority of people. I mean, anarchists don't do nationalism, although quite a lot of them do it to a surprising degree. But generally, when Tom is saying, look, there's some exceptions here, it's the anarchists and so on. But he says even Trotskyists are doing nationalism in Britain because they're kind of saying, well, forget about all that focus on seizing the British state. And that's the default identity. His important insight is that all of these people, no matter who they're accusing of doing nationalism, are also doing nationalism. It's just sublimated. And this is part of his critique of Britishness. It gives you a plausibly deniable nationalism because it is strange. It is a weird kind of nationalism. It doesn't conform with all those other ones which have actually been used to make some progress in the world. Britishness almost uniquely has used nationalism to stop anything from happening ever. And I think if there's at risk of getting anyone to applaud me, I do want to say that there's an argument that British nationalism was used in the post-war era to do some good things, so don't get too fond of me. I'm still a member of the Labour Party, But I think one of Nairn's points is that, okay, if nationalism is inevitable, we need to find a he was also conscious of the pitfalls. He said it is morally, humanly ambiguous. And the key thing there is that the reason Nairn saw nationalism in Scotland as his kind of breakthrough is because it's a small nation. It's a small nation that, frankly, even if it had a state, couldn't do that much damage with it. There's frankly not enough of us to do very much. I mean, we've done a lot of damage in the past. I completely accept
Well,
that.
one could remove damage, though. What's the third rail of Scottish nationalist politics is trident removal.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there's a geopolitical dimension to breaking free of the British state, but then the consequence of breaking up that imperial self-confidence we're on Security Council, etc., is properly disruptive.
And the other key thing about Scotland for Nairn, especially in his early kind of discovery of nationalism as a legitimate force, is he becomes very interested in the idea that Scottish identity is not that deep-rooted. He doesn't see it as this really exclusionary, deeply ethnicized thing. He says almost because Scotland has suffered so much turmoil and upheaval, because it's been stripped of so much of its kind of ancient, falsely medieval national consciousness by industrialization, by Britishness, by empire, it's a very interesting kind of nationalism. It's a nationalism that is lighter, it is more open. And he's talking about this in the early 1970s. He's talking about what we now describe as Scotland's distinctive variant of civic nationalism, which does, for a lot of people, feel quite open and inclusionary. There's a lot of pitfalls to that. I know it can be reflected in a kind of nihilist smugness. But I think he sees the important thing is if you're going to be nationalist, you need to be conscious of it, and in doing so you can start to fashion your own nationalism. You can start to think of it in terms of something that is not inevitable, something that you're not delving into your own atavism, but you are consciously creating an open national unit that is open to everything, that is creative, and crucially, the nation is a collective form of agency.
Well, you were once a member of the National Collective, Rory, so
Thanks
which
for
was
reminding me about
dedicating
that,
itself for creatives for an independent Scotland.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
You walk your talk.
Did.
What do you think about this? Because there's a kind of ethnic civic nationalism distinction which many of us like to deploy and people like Rory like to deconstruct. But where does that version of nationalism that Tom has sit with what you're talking about, which is, it sounds almost counterintuitive sitting in Edinburgh, but the GLC as a counterforce to the pile of rubble across the road. So where does that idea of Tom's idea of nationalism fit with what you're talking about?
Yeah, I think I'm trying to sort of argue that actually what is important is his underlying idea of democracy.
Yeah.
And that in a way, although I very much agree with what Caroline and Clive were talking about in terms of stories and a different narrative about English history, I think a precondition of almost interest in that is a democratic awakening, so that it's in a way as a result of involvement in the women's movement or through a kind of struggle like the GLC or the Tyneside experience that lead you to think what are the kind of historical narratives and framework that we can refer to. I mean, and so that in a sense it's those. You talked about nationalism in Tom's thinking as being a tool, not the only tool, and he was never dogmatic. So in a way, all the time as you sort of prepare for this, you kind of imagine a discussion with Tom. And I think the idea of democratic awakening that then comes up against this, like, the GCW came up against the chains and the police, the implements of abolition. That led to, amongst most of the people involved, a kind of greater interest in the issue of political reform, constitutional reform. And so it doesn't necessarily lead to an English nationalism, but it leads to a powerful confidence. It was talking about the importance of you can't sort of stop crouching unless you believe in something to look to build, something out there, something creative. So that confidence is often rooted in a number of democratic struggles, not necessarily a national one. I think in the case of Scotland and Wales, I think the national one is a kind of framework in which these other forms of democratic expression find a basis for collaboration. And in England, I think the kind of movement for political reform, I mean, we saw it with Charter 88, that was a movement, a huge movement. The numbers, Anthony will remind us, but it was huge. And that was a kind of expression of all these other kinds of democratic awakenings. So that's why I'd really recommend reading the end of the beginning of the end,
Okay.
to understand this deeper underlying democratic impetus in Tom.
Okay, before I go to the audience, is people up for questions? Yes? You got some nodding in the audience, good. Or disagreements, that's okay, noted. Do either of you think that bit of contemporary Scottish nationalist politics that looks to European Union membership, reflects a kind of, well, what's the relationship between Tom Nairn and this kind of politics in the British state? Well, we need some kind of state, and we may as well have another source of security. So the idea that the EU membership is a kind of replacement for the umbrella of the British state. It's like when people used to say, as I said in my intro, that the 2014 prospectus was independence in the UK as much as it was independence than anything else. So is there that aspect of Scottish political identity that would it have that level of irreverence of standing up against, what was the phrase you used? Standing up against tyranny or? Definitely. Yeah. Is there a different fuel for Scottish independence that needs to be provided such that you don't just flip from one state to another state in the course of being a wee country that can only do so much? I mean, is there something from below that needs to come to make that a different set of choices?
I mean, I think confederalism is essentially the word you're looking for, and a kind of richer, more politically fleshed out idea of confederalism. So an idea of bottom-up sovereignty, which is contingent on everyone being able to realize theirs. So the idea that the state is not the end point of your political identity, but it's a part of a wider confederation of identities, all of which are able to secure each other's conditions. I mean, it's Marx's line about the condition for the free development of each being the condition of the free development of all. That idea that there are conditions of self-determination. You cannot just self-determine with nothing underneath you. And so you need those broader umbrellas, those broader, being part of a wider economic unit is a necessary condition of self-determination. Having the resources that are pooled across borders, having flows of people across borders, these are essential conditions of a meaningful, open, creative form of self-determination that cannot end at the nation state. And I think any meaningful Scottish nationalism has to absolutely resist a kind of isolationist. Even if you're critical of the European Union, you have to have an alternative. You have to have some kind of wider territorial configuration that is part of those conditions of self-determination.
Yeah. And in my last conversations with Tom, his European context for Scottish progress was very clear in his mind. We have 16 minutes left for questions. Could people put their hands up, please? And I'm going to do the same and sort of take female voices first. Just right there. Just right there. Put your hand up further, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Two quick questions. One for Rory. So I understand your point. So even you twice mentioned that you're a Labour Party member, so I'm very intrigued as to where you see the opportunities are within the Labour Party for the kind of arguments about creating a federalist state, for example, or these kind of constitutional changes. And the other one is, which I would have asked a question to Caroline, I think she's back there. But again, Hilary, you've raised this question, obviously you can tell from my accent, I have an English background. This notion that you could create something called an English story, or English stories, or English identity. Does this mean people who feel English in England? Because there are surely lots of people in England who wouldn't identify as being English. And so this sort of elision between English and England I find very problematic, because That's not how we would see it in Scotland. And I think in Scotland, if we started talking about Scottish stories, so this idea of civic nationalism, I'm not sure what that would give us as a political message, or even to communicate something. I mean, it is as was said, is that you know, you can be here for 3 months and you can identify as being Scottish. Not a problem. No one's asking you what your story is about it. So I'm just very intrigued as to what's really meant by this. What's the usefulness of trying to identify English stories and an English identity?
I think that's a great question for both of you, actually. So do you want to, and then just over to Larry, you go for
On the Labour
no, the story question.
Oh, the story.
And then pick up the Labour one if you want.
I think what you need are you need some kind of carrier for stories. These things have, again, conditions, and there is an infrastructure of narrative that is absolutely essential to any of this stuff working. It's the media. And in order for us to reflect those to you know, appropriate radical English traditions, to generate some kind of a democratic identity wherever in the UK you have it, and there has to be some format for that to take place, to be popularised. And what we are really struggling with today across the left is working out how to navigate that in an age of just kind of total attention economy, where you're constantly battling for eyeballs, where it's incredibly fragmenting. It's very hard to get any kind of single story, even one that contains plural ones. It's incredibly difficult just to cross the boundaries between subcultures in a kind of community where any sort of physical collective infrastructure is competing with a total lack of scarcity. I mean, one of the reasons that you could generate national identity in the past is because everyone was reading the same things. Everyone was watching the same news programs. And now it's incredibly hard to find that monopoly on communication, which can be highly problematic, dictatorial, but it also has a huge power for the left to communicate itself in one way, in a way that really gathers people together. And I think overcoming that, I have no idea how to do it. I think it's very, very difficult. It requires some kind of artificial scarcity. That's all I will say. You need to create some kind of find some kind of medium that everyone needs to use the same thing on. Yeah, but I don't know how to do that. Yeah, the national maybe. Yeah.
I could come in on stories before you maybe go back to the Labour Party.
Oh, you can talk about it, because you've written books about what the Labour Party should be like, so you can talk about that as well.
Okay, so on stories, I mean, I think that in a way, one of their importances is they help in the case of people in England. Democrats in England, they strengthen our independence, our sense of independence and confidence from the existing state. I mean, I'm just reading novels now about the regicides, about the killing of the king, and they make you then look at the present Charles and think, hang on, you're a bit lucky to be alive, you know, and it gives me you know, a sense of confidence that somehow the monarchy is a you know, rather contingent fact and could be different, and even if it doesn't lead to beheading, it's, you know, that notion of change is reinforced by being aware of those stories. So I think the stories are crucial to the consciousness, the democratic consciousness, which implies confidence and independence that would lead us to confront the British state and to welcome its breakup as a result of struggles that may not be rooted in nationalism, but end up facing that fossilized tyranny that we've got to overthrow. We need a considerable degree of confidence, and that includes confronting the Labour Party. You know, because all I can say about the Labour Party, because I wrote this book, A Tale of Two Parties, and in Corbyn we saw that reflected, but we saw which party was dominant, and I sort of stick to my notion of the Labour Party as a policing, a custodian of the British state, and Starmer particularly as sort of PC plod, and you know, that's all I can say. So in a way, I look forward to the breakup of the Labour Party ultimately.
Okay. I mean, I have spent many happy hours reading Tom Nairn be completely and beautifully vituperative about the British Labour Party, so given that it looks like they're coming as a result of the sheer uselessness of the incumbents, And given that we've already set out a kind of some of the menu of constitutional changes, you know, confederalism, a kind of new kind of populism, as you talked about, creative populism. But what are the prospects for a Brexit legitimating Labour Party, Labour government, softening on any of these issues at all? I mean, what are the kind of forces that would change that, do you think? I mean, I despair, but you're in the Labour Party, you tell me.
I think if everyone in this room joined the Labour Party, it would begin to change something. I mean, the thing that happened. Sorry, I'm gonna get kicked out after this. The thing that happened after Jeremy Corbyn resigned is that all the left left, and then the rest of the people voted for Keir Starmer. I mean, half the left voted for Keir Starmer. I mean, one of the fundamental things about Labour Party members, they need to stop being suckers. They need to stop falling for this rubbish. To the people, I mean, we know that Keir Starmer was carefully cultivated by a group of, you know, people who were actively hostile, who were planning to get rid of the left. And if we just had a slightly better culture in the Labour Party, if people had been conscious of this stuff, Keir Starmer would not have been elected leader. And so a lot of the problems are inside the Labour Party, but it is not helped by people. I mean, the reason I'm still in the Labour Party is because I think this. It is not helped by people leaving when they hate the Labour Party. Part of being in the Labour Party is hating the Labour Party. And if you don't, you're not doing it right. And I think this about everything I'm a member of, but I do think it's very important for people to think, we don't have many other options currently. I know that we hate to hear this, but there are two options in Britain for government. That is one of the reasons the British state is so powerful. And the only one that is even slightly open to us is the Labour Party. And if you want anything to happen, you have to be inside it if you want Labour to do anything. You cannot, I'm sorry. And if there's something that's going to shift the Labour Party on these things, it is agitation within the peripheral Labour parties. The Welsh Labour Party is doing some genuinely very interesting work on this stuff. The reason the Scottish Labour Party is not is because within the Welsh Labour Party, there's loads of people who are nationalists. Yes. And in the Scottish Labour Party, all the nationalists have quit.
Okay. Oh, I'm quivering. But there's a question over there. The lady in the white jumper. Thank you.
Rory, I am not the only person in this room that used to be a Labour Party member, voted and paid her dues. Believe me, there is no question that I or anybody else are going to go back to that corrupt, lost party. We may not change the Labour Party from the outside, but what we can do is challenge the Labour Party and keep challenging it. It may not change, but as we challenge it, we will expose its flaws, its failures, and that's how we will change votes in Scotland.
And just to note that what part of Tom's biography is setting up the Scottish Labour Party with Jim Sillars and I think Neal Ascherson, who I believe is in the audience.
And look what happened to them. Can I just note?
No, it's true, but I mean, personally, I've been using the tiny sliver of constitutional advance called additional member system to vote SNP Green for all my political life, and just eventually we've got there. You know, so it's just this kind of, I'm sure Tom would look upon a Green Social Democrat SNP government and think that's probably a good outcome of certain sets of arguments that say we need a better democracy. So maybe they've all gone there.
They have, and for a moment it made a lot of sense. I mean, one of the reasons that the Labour Party has now paid attention, well, tried for a moment to pay attention to constitutional change, is because the SNP were threatening them. And I think there is a dynamic between some kind of confident territorial politics, electorally challenging the Labour Party, and Labour actually accepting some of this stuff. But at the end of the day, the people who do this stuff, who accept stuff, are in the Labour Party. It was Labour Party who legislated for devolution, forced by the pressure of the SNP. So there has to be some kind of dynamic there. It can't just be one side or the other.
Please let the next question not be about the Labour Party. Yes, thank you.
Rory, can you hear me?
Please.
Can you hear me, okay?
Yes.
You're talking about internationalism. Yes, effectively. But there's like a hint of patriarchy about it. I think it's outmoded. I think we don't want that in Scotland. We're not interested in kind of internationalism. We're not interested in it. We want to go our own way. We don't want to be part of a big umbrella.
So what do you actually mean by internationalism?
Well, the idea that there are no boundaries and we're all the one. And
I don't mean that.
Well, that's a Labour Party.
I agree, and
approach,
I think Labour's fantasy that we should all pretend nationalism is nonsense as soon as it threatens the integrity of Britain, I think that's outrageous. I do not agree with that at all. I believe in a confederal Labour Party, not an international, well, I believe in an internationalist Labour Party. I'm an internationalist, but you know what I mean, right?
Yep, fair enough.
To be a nationalist by virtue of being part of the Westphalian nation-state system is per force to be an internationalist, because you don't really get recognised as a nation out with these kind of. But is there a different internationalism? I mean, is there a different internationalism? We've had internationalism since the first, second, and fourth internationals. But is there something that you can perceive maybe amongst young people? Which is quite interesting. So that's quite an interesting thing. Are they thinking globally, internationally, or are they thinking nationally? I'll maybe come to you as well about that, actually.
Well, I can't speak for young people, but
I'm sure you're running Red Pepper.
Yeah, they're mainly under 30. So, yes, I mean, I think the internationalism that the young people that I'm working with recognise is one that's not really about states. It's about movements that are not just talk, but movements that are actually sort of winning things or struggling around issues, whether it's precarious labour, whether it's racism internationally, whether it's those sort of, whether it's feminism, trying to create day-to-day alternatives. So it's about an international sort of culture, but a material culture that's actually building alternative institutions that will require some kind of political expression. But that political expression could be municipal, could be national, like Barcelona. I mean, that sort of idea of links between kind of radical cities that are in turn supporting social movements. I don't think the vision has to be about states, although the whole idea of, which is key to Tom, I think, is of shared sovereignty, I think is important because it completely changes the notion of the state.
Yeah, and this is a sort of final point, and we were talking about this before on our Zoom call, that if Tom was a young man or woman, and we'll talk, Tom was a young person in your early 20s, mid-20s, and he was standing here right now, and he was wanting to be express all his interests, which is in aesthetics and politics and culture. What are the points of light that you think he would be fastening on to? I mean, I'm particularly thinking about the demographic differences between younger and older generations around a whole set of questions. But if he was and I'm just asking you to be his rep on earth, just for the, I know, no pressure, but what would you be looking for? John,
I think, I mean, it's a silly question, Pat. But
no, okay. It's a good populist question, which I'm sure you all want to know the answer to.
So I think he would be highly sceptical of the obvious fixes. So his instinct, you can see very clearly in his work, is to find something that the left is getting excited about, or take as common sense and go, actually, here's what's wrong with it, which made him slightly unpopular. But I do think he would be fixating on the things that people are getting interested in, things like the Preston model, things like what Andy Burnham's doing in Manchester, things like maybe the deal between Welsh Labour and Plaid Cymru, between the SNP and the Greens, and he would be going, okay, how do we prod the contradictions of these things? How do we find the ways in which these new things, clearly new things, unsettle the whole system? And how do we follow, not just the promising things, but follow all the uncertainties that come from that? And his main instinct would never have been to I can't pick a particular force or agency that he would have settled on, but he would have said, let's find the things that make everything more uncertain and follow that bravely, fearlessly into the uncertainties and the contradictions of those things, and try and widen those gaps. So wherever uncertainty pops up in the British order, widen it. Don't try and find closure and resolution and an easy kind of end to the problem. Try and make it bigger and bigger, because that's the only way we get out.
We're nearly done. I don't know whether you can make this publicly available, but in one of our earlier discussions, we discovered a review that Tom had done of 2001, A Space Odyssey, in the magazine Bananas. So I think we should remember Tom as someone who was a fuel for the Scottish independence movement, a deep source and resource, but he's also a world-class, global, restless, cosmopolitan intellectual. And if we steer ourselves between those two, Scylla and Charybdis, I don't think our endpoint will be what we don't desire. I think it will be what we do desire. So that's 12:30. Could you please give your applause to our participants, please? And thank you for your questions.
Hello, folks. My name is Jamie. I'm one of the organisers. We're now going to break for lunch. So if you could be back in the assembly rooms by 1:40, go and get a breath of fresh air or a coffee or a sandwich. And we'll see you in about an hour and a half.
You're all terribly well behaved. Silence. I've got the thumbs up from the folk at the back, so we can start. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to after your lunch. I hope you managed to get a bit of a leg stretch and a wee wander. My name is Maggie Chapman. I am the Scottish Green MSP for the North East of Scotland region, and I'm delighted to be chairing this session this afternoon on where next for the SNP after Sturgeon and for Labour under Starmer, how we see our different political futures shaping up. We have 4 wonderful speakers with us this afternoon, and we've just had a little bit of a conversation about how we organise this. We decided that, seeing we're in Scotland, we're going to be magnanimous and let England go first. Just, you know, they might as well get the one opportunity today to do so. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, who is Jamie Driscoll. Jamie is the independent mayor in the north of Tyne. And importantly, I think we were just having a chat over lunch. He's an independent mayor, and as elected representative and progressive, that's pretty unique. So, you know, we can do it. It is possible, and Jamie's living proof of that. Jamie, over to you.
You know, it's not very often in front of an audience who see me on the far right of a panel. Democracy is the operating system of our society. We often talk about it in the abstract, but it's the way we make decisions, the way we get things done. I'm an engineer by profession. I was also a software developer. And our current version of democracy stops us doing a lot of things. It's the equivalent of an computer operating system that won't let you run an ad blocker, that just lets everything be commercialized. We actually have the same operating system, more or less, that we had when London was the center of a global empire that spanned a quarter of the earth. And that colonial mindset is deeply embedded in those institutions. And speaking as someone who represents, who's in power in the northeast of England, it feels a little, please don't take this as any offense, but this audience will probably remember MS-DOS as an operating system. Well, there's some big fans of it, apparently. And that user interface, you have to know the right codes to be able to get in and do anything. That's how British democracy works at the moment. There's a number of ways you can tackle an upgrade of an operating system when you're designing it. One of them is called bloatware, where you just add on module after module after module. You can do anything to restructure the thing from the start. And that is what happens at the moment. If you think of the Shared Prosperity Fund, which replaced European funding in name only, it's only 60% of the money. Well, that has this system where Whitehall says, you're going to get some money. We're not going to tell you the rules for spending it. Can you work up the programs? We want it spent by the end of this year. We developed our program. We hit their deadlines. We had it in July. It was supposed to be spent by the end of March, that financial year. They didn't sign it off to December because the way I did it in power, I said to my team, look, just do something that's good, that works. And I'll stand between you and Whitehall, because I guarantee no one else will have spent the money anyway, and they'll be glad that something's just happened they've got to point to, which is exactly the way it worked. So to finish the tortuous metaphor of operating systems, what we need is open source democracy. That ability for communities, groups, trade unions, businesses to say, we've got this idea, can we use the existing democratic institutions to help this work? If we do that, we can start to change. The other thing we need to talk about in democracy, though, is what's in scope. It's pantomime season. But frankly, I think if you talk to lobby journalists, it's pantomime season all year round. Who's up, who's down? Who spoke out of turn at an event in Scotland, Clive Lewis? All of that sort of stuff is going to be an issue. And it's a false binary. the left, the right, they like to paint it on a spectrum. The big fundamental difference in politics when you talk to people comes down ultimately to one thing when it comes to the administration of public finance. Where do you believe wealth comes from? What do you believe wealth is? There are those who believe that a burgeoning financial sector with rising asset prices is wealth. And then there are those who believe healthy, educated people who feel they have a stake in society where they think the law works for them, people who think that is wealth. And you look at any financial shock, natural disaster through history, the countries that rebound fastest are the ones who've looked after their people, not the ones who've worried about numbers in bank accounts. Since the 2007 crash, we've had a Prime Minister, or around that time, Gordon Brown, a lot of time for Gordon Brown, but Gordon Brown became Prime Minister unelected by the people, had to resign so he couldn't get a coalition. David Cameron was not elected by the people, he got there through a coalition, and he's back again, of course, but he had Brexit referendum, resigned. Theresa May, unelected by the people, resigned. Boris Johnson, unelected by the people, convicted, then resigned. Theresa May, unelected. Liz Truss, that brief acid trip that lasted about 7 weeks. Theresa May, unelected. Liz Truss, unelected, disappeared. Yeah, it's hard to tell the difference sometimes. Resigned. Rishi Sunak, not even elected by his own party, and if there wasn't a general election coming, you know he would have to resign. Why is it that no one can operate even on their own terms? And it's because nobody has addressed the fundamental problems since 2007 that have led to austerity, and it's the belief that GDP is more important than well-being, and that's why nobody can deliver a damn thing that works for the people of our countries. I'll give you two examples of what I've done. Not the job creation, not the opening new railway lines, all the big stuff, which is good. One is the adult education budget. This is training welders and chefs, forklift drivers. I got that devolved in 1st of August 2020. And we spoke to the people who deliver courses. We spoke to local businesses and said, if people have done a course, will you guarantee them an interview at the end of it? They said, yeah, we'd love that. We spoke to the people who'd been on courses, and crucially, the people who dropped out of courses, and said, what were your barriers? It might be, well, I didn't have Wi-Fi at home, or, well, I've got to pick the kids up, or I've got a 0 hours contract, and I don't know what my hours are from 1 week to the next, so I can't go on them. We have increased the number of courses delivered from 22,000 a year to 35,000 a year on the same budget by running free flexible courses that work around people's actual barriers. You get a 50%, when was the last time you heard any branch of government get a 50% increase in value for money? And we did it by listening to people, by getting them involved. That's what democracy should be. We work with teachers in the classrooms. We funded a project where teachers can actually be protected and have conversations that go as a team and peer review another school in a different area, affluent to deprived areas, urban to rural areas. One teacher said to me, I've refound my teaching mojo. It's about getting rid of public services being seen as league tables and data and moving it back to the people in the front line who deliver them. So let's move on to today's question. What next? Labour are going to win by default next year. That's my opinion. But let's look underneath that. In Tyne and Wear, actual election results since 21, this is pre-Partygate, when Tories were polling over 40%, to 23, this year's local elections, in absolute terms, the Labour vote fell by 2%. Fewer people voted Labour this year than in 2021. 40% drop in the Tory vote, so it looks great on the polls, but people are staying at home or electing independents or Greens. I mean, I left the Labour Party in disgust at Keir Starmer's remarks that you all drink Scotch. For comic effect only. But if we look at internal democracy in the Labour Party, which will not litigate that, but I think that's a pattern of behaviour. Someone asked me, says, is this McCarthyism? And I said, no, in McCarthyism, you've got a public hearing and a chance to refute the charges. Do voters care about this, though? Well, actually, some do. You've got to look at Ken Livingstone in 2000. Voters do care about politicians fiddling expenses, politicians stitching things up. They do care about democracy. Why? Because most people understand that it's a pattern of behaviour, that behaving in a democratic way is a trait, not a series of isolated incidents. Just as bravery or honesty or cowardice or dishonesty are traits. If that is how someone governs now on things that aren't important to the country, that is how are they going to behave when there's important things coming up, which is we're seeing unfolding in Gaza. A Labour government, sadly, and it's with great regret I say this, is not going to fix the million children in destitution. It's not going to fix the 7 million people waiting for an operation in the NHS. It's because they are not going to tackle the thing that needs tackling, which is that the vast majority of our money is part of a wealth extraction model which takes money out to the foreign billionaires who own our infrastructure, our utilities, our financial models, our outsourced public services. And until somebody does that, there's never going to be the ability to allocate resources that put education, health, welfare, and well-being ahead of the agenda of those who just want to see bank balances rising. Now, what comes after that? That's a discussion for another day. But what's the answer? How do we deal with this? That catch-22 of, well, we need proportional representation, but how do you get proportional representation without proportional representation to vote in the people who want proportional representation? There is an alternative. Local elections. We are seeing more independents, more Greens, more community independents winning across the country. And next May, I'm running again as an independent in the Northeast. And someone asked me, a journalist asked me, said, Jamie, why are they so terrified of you? Why do they need to block you? I think it's because this is what the journalist says, it wasn't me. I think it's because you've shown there's a different way to run things. And you've shown it works. And one of the things I'm going to do from May next year is bring the entire transport system back under public control with rail, buses, metros, expanded car clubs so you can have access to a zero-emissions vehicle without needing to own one, bike hire and secure bike parking, free travel for under 18s, and massively increase the people using it so that the emissions fall because there's fewer cars on the road. Now, you get someone wins in the northeast of England next year who shows that they've rejected the Westminster model, but people have voted for it. That's a general election year. What message does that send to our politics? There is a way through. There's always a way through. So let's have a bit more freedom and a bit more democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Jamie. We'll forgive you the Scotch comment just this once. Just this once. Our next speaker is Francis Foley, who joins us from Compass. Francis is Deputy Director at Compass and has written and spoken extensively on democratic engagement, empowerment, and renewal. So, Francis, welcome and thank you for joining us.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here today. So, for those of you who don't know Compass, my boss, Neal, sometimes describes it as a mad experiment in being nice. And it's actually turned out some interesting results. So, in 2011, we made the decision to move outside of the Labour Party and open up to people of all parties and none, which has basically turned out with people hating us from every different side. So the SNP think we're Labourites, the Labour lot think we're Greens, the Greens think we're somehow in cahoots with the Lib Dems, and the truth is we're kind of all of those things and none of those things. And to pick up really a bit where Jamie left off, I'm going to speak today about three key things. So firstly, I'm going to say what I think democracy in the abstract needs, with a little bit of a salute to Tom Nairn. Then I'm going to say a specific prescription for maybe what Britain in 2023 needs right now. And spoiler alert for those of you who know what Compass do, it is PR. And then finally, I'm going to say what I think Starmer and the Labour Party more generally could do to embrace and adopt constitutional democracy. So, above all things, I think democracy actually needs space. And to pick up where Clive left off this morning, and at the risk of kind of overextending sort of scatological metaphors, Britain is truly in a constipated state right now. And that basically also means that none of those juices are flowing. Nothing is happening, nothing is moving internally within our body politic. Or if it does, it's only ever convulsions and distortions and contortions. And I'll come on to more of that in a second. What else does democracy need? Well, I think it needs agility and flexibility. I think it needs the courage to kind of innovate and do things differently, and for people to see the broad expanse of things that are possible, like Jamie spoke about. I think it needs feedback loops and responsiveness. I think it needs politicians who kind of feel accountable to people. And as John Curtis likes to say, it needs people pulling levers with strings actually attached to things. Whereas in Westminster, a lot of the time, it is this marionette politics with nothing happening down below. I think to kind of pick up on the legacy of Tom Nairn, who was obviously a massive fan of Gramsci, and for those of you who know anything about Compass, it would be remiss of me not to mention Gramsci in the first minute of speaking. We have a joke at Compass that everybody has to drink as soon as someone mentions Gramsci, because it's really at the core of everything we do. And there are a lot of often used phrases about Gramsci, but actually my favorite is that all people are intellectuals. It's just that some people are allowed the function of being an intellectual. And I think we could do well to remember that when we think about democracy, because let's be honest, progressives haven't always got that right. I think a large part of what happened after Brexit was that people lost trust, that progressives saw people as capable, as acting in good faith, and as expressing genuine concerns and genuine desire for power and agency. And PR is the specific prescription for right now. It's not about saying, you know, it will solve all things, it's the land of milk and honey. It's about saying it's a really important tool to crack open a system that's clearly not working. So let's talk a little bit about why I see sort of PR as kind of this first stepping point. Well, you might say here in Scotland, well, we have PR, and of course that is true. But I would say it's only half the battle there. So in 2015, when the SNP had this landslide victory and won 53 out of the 56 seats in Scotland, at the same time, 1.1 million people in the UK voted for the Green Party, and 3.8 voted for UKIP. Both of those sets of people got one MP each. I think it's no accident that a year later, you saw 17 million people voting for Brexit. And I think that's because when change is blocked, it comes out in another space. It will never be denied, it will only be converted into a new form. And I think, maybe slightly controversially, that the independence referendum and Brexit are actually not so different. And I think this is where progressives sometimes have misinterpreted what happened over Brexit. Both were a demand, and in fact, a kind of real call for agency, power, and control. And I think we could do well to remember that when the right of the media, especially people like Nigel Farage, want to claim that victory for their own. And I think, you know, actually controversially, that PR vote that's happened in the PR that's benefited Scotland so well hasn't actually been great for the SNP, and maybe we can touch on this later. Because monopolies are never good for power, and I think, in general, we should be thinking about how we break open monopolies and encourage more juices to flow and more light in. So I see PR as the tip of this spear. Somehow I can never get around these slightly violent metaphors, but bear with me. We need to sort of crack open that system, and I think that is the biggest thing that we could do at this particular moment. Because the main problem in the UK is, especially for English, nothing ever seems to change. It's not that people don't want change, it's just that nothing ever seems to, and we're told again and again by the elite and the establishment that nothing will, no matter what you do. So in some slightly controversial way, I voted for Remain, but part of me understood that what the Brexit vote was about was, people were offered a very blunt instrument, but they used it to great effect to overturn the tables of what the establishment wanted and what they thought was possible. And I think we need to answer that call. One of my favourite journalists, John Harris, said the day after the Brexit referendum that the UK was basically so imbalanced that it had fallen over. And that really stuck in my mind as an image of a body kind of sprawling on the floor, sort of slightly jittering, which is how a lot of people felt, whether they voted Leave or Remain the day after. So to come on to the prescriptions for this, PR is about sort of changing the system and breaking that system open. But I think most important, what Starmer's Labour Party could take on board really strongly is this idea that the how of politics is everything. It's not some second-order issue. It's not a nice to have. It's actually at the root of everything that politics is about. And so I would say, slightly controversially perhaps, Keir Starmer is actually conforming to the electoral logic of first past the post right now. People like to say, oh, it's because he's nervous, it's because he's a lawyer, it's because he's been captured by the right of the party. All those things may be true. He is the right, potentially, right? But actually, I think a more interesting way to look at it is the structures and systems that incentivize and reward the way that he operates. So First Past the Post does reward people working at the margins. It rewards the small target strategy. It rewards, as is the famous phrase, carrying that Ming vase over the slippery floor, really desperate not to drop it. And let's not forget, these are structural and systemic things which Keir Starmer is operating within. I really wish that he could see that if the Labour Party in general could break open and break out of this, they might find that there's an upswell and a well of confidence there that they tap into. Because recently Keir Starmer's started talking a lot about security. I don't know if you've noticed the kind of beautiful mashed up phrase of securonomics has become very popular. And I think he has put a finger on the bruise there. But what I would say is the answer to security, to that insecurity that people feel, is confidence. Now, you don't get confidence by making yourself smaller. As Hilary Wainwright amazingly said earlier, you don't get confidence by crouching. You get confidence by making yourself bigger. And the way to do that is to lean into the logic of progressive alliances, of breadth in politics, of having the debate, and spotting who your key allies are. So, just to close, I would say there's two things that I really want the progressive left, no matter where you live in the UK, to really take on board in relation to democracy. One is that operations and organising are the key of the cornerstone of what we do. I love coming to conferences like this. I'm passionate about ideas, and I love that to and fro in that discourse. But unless we operationalise those things, unless we plan for power, unless we take organising seriously, things are not going to change because we have some heady headwind working against us. And that means building institutions, sometimes the boring work of building institutions, which I think you guys in Scotland have done much better than we have in England. Because, as I sometimes say about, we're often, it's a horrible term, but we're often termed at Compass to be on the soft left. And what I say is the soft left needs to learn how to play hardball, We need to put stuff in place that's actually going to make us powerful and make us hard to ignore. And then, secondly, I would say that actually you need to give people the experience of a different kind of politics. It's all good to talk about it, but actually it has to feel different. So for me, that starts with PR, it starts with cooperative politics, showing, not telling, a different way of doing things that I think Jamie and Andy Burnham are doing amazingly in their own constituencies. But I also think it goes to things like citizen assemblies, which has been discussed often today, and I've facilitated a lot of citizen assemblies. And the most important thing is that it builds our democratic muscle and our democratic faith in one another, that we see people acting in good interests with a lot of knowledge, with a lot of experience. And I think that's incredibly powerful. And, you have to practice it so people know the difference democracy makes. We know that populism is on the rise and it offers easy answers to difficult questions. But democracy has to feel different to people in order to be something that people value and take seriously. So I'll just close by saying what Compass are doing in the next election, which is against every grain and is, I hope, quite countercultural. So we're often showing up the cracks in this system. We target these monopolies of power. So all parties in the UK operate like monopolies, a lot of them incredibly centralised and top-down, with the possible exception of the Greens. But we are kind of wrong-footing those monopolies by doing grassroots, bottom-up politics. So we have 40 local groups across the UK, and they decide the candidate that they will back at the election, usually the best placed progressive to win, and the candidate that supports systems change, starting with PR. And I think what's interesting about that is, you know, we've done door knocking where you knock on people's doors and you appear with 3 traffic light rosettes and people are just completely bamboozled, and that's a way into a conversation. Isn't it mad that I open the door with a red rosette on and immediately you know what to think of me? Immediately you've, you know, conjured up some ideas of what you think I am and I'm not. So we're trying to do things a bit different, we're being a bit playful, and we're trying to work around things to show up the way that the system concentrates power. So the final thing I'll leave you on is this idea of democracy is more than elections, but we have to use elections to sort of revitalize our politics. And if we go right back to the start of like what the body politic might need at the moment, well, I think in the UK, especially in England, it needs a bit of a zhuzh. It needs a bit of like, you know, it needs a galvanizing, it needs energizing. And so what we're doing at Compass is trying to build that appetite and agency for systems change by confronting the politics of where we are right now. The campaign is called Win as One, which gestures to that unity, but it's often about that agility. And I think the more that we gather in forums like this, the more that we try different things, we could build that capacity that people really need to feel to make democracy at the heart of everything they do. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Francis. I think talking about the how of politics is so important, and we've had quite a lot of discussions about not only the ideas, but also how to make them a reality. So thank you for highlighting that. Next up, we've got Joyce McMillan. Joyce won't be a stranger to many of you, I'm sure. She's a well-known columnist, theatre critic, and political commentator. I often walk past her. She's very, very studiously focused on the cabaret in the Garden Lobby in the Scottish Parliament, commenting on what she's seen around her that day. And I'm always amazed that somebody, usually me or somebody else, isn't doing something completely ridiculous in the background of the cover. So watch out when you're getting broadcasts from the Scottish Parliament. Look at who's in the background and what they're up to. But Joyce, thank you very much for joining us today, and the podium is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much to the organisers for involving me in this wonderful project in which I played a very small advisory role as part of the preparation committee. But this has been absolutely marvellous today. Should we give them another round of applause? Because it really is outstanding. I'm also feeling so much as if I'm seeing my life passing before me, not only lots of faces from the campaign for a Scottish Parliament back in the 1990s, but also lots of ideas from that time about how you revitalise democracy, about what we mean by democracy, about the aspirations we had then for trying to use the Parliament, or the idea of a new Parliament, to build a new democracy in Scotland. I remember there was a wonderful pamphlet published at the time called "To Make the Scottish Parliament a Model for 21st Century Democracy." And what we've achieved is not that, but the effort was well worthwhile. And the incremental movement we've made, I think, while we're all very aware of its shortcomings and limitations now, I think with hindsight we can see that it was a massive step in the context of Britain's very, as everyone has said, constipated constitution. So I'm remembering all of those times, and it's been absolutely fantastic. And I'm also remembering another feature of that period, which was Charter 88, and the not only UK-wide but islands-wide movement for constitutional change, and the fantastic dialogue that we were sometimes able to achieve at that time between all the different parts of the UK and Ireland about the kind of democratic future that we wanted. I've always found that the most incredibly fertile and interesting debate. And I think, you know, those of you who have heard the contributions from Ireland today and the contribution from Leanne Woods this morning would agree with that there's a terrific synergy and energy there about how these islands need to change, if only we could find ways of animating and moving that. But to come to the subject of this session, the SNP after Nicola Sturgeon and Labour under Starmer. It's a huge subject which touches on almost every aspect of politics that any of us cares about at the moment, and I will try just to highlight a few points about it. One of the things that I think we should never forget is the number of similarities between these two parties, even in their current widely different situations. Yes, the NP at the moment is an incumbent party coming, or not perhaps coming to the end, after a long, long period in government and a very trying one. Labour is a party which hasn't been in power for the last 13 years of Tory misrule. Some of us are sadly old enough to remember that slogan from 1964 when I was 12. But 13 years of Tory misrule have certainly taken place. And they've left Keir Starmer's Labour, that kind of moderate Labour that doesn't frighten the horses, all the rest of it, in a very strong position to win the next UK general election under the first past the post system. Of course. The SNP, on the other hand, suffering from the new popularity of Labour, from desperation of Scottish voters to get rid of the Tories, and seeing Labour as the fastest route to that, and all the other pressures that we know. So they're very different political situations at the moment, but we should never forget the kind of twins aspect of particularly Labour and the SNP in Scotland. These are both broadly, or at least nominally, social democratic parties and broadly socially liberal parties. They're striving for social democratic change of a kind that is gradual and not disruptive on the whole, both of them. Neither party is what you would call revolutionary. Neither party is really socialist. Clive Lewis expressed his hope that Labour would be a democratic socialist party this morning, but really neither the SNP nor Labour has been socialist in any full sense of the term for a long time. They are aspiring to the kind of social democracy that we see working well in many other countries of Northern Europe, as Lesley Riddoch was pointing out this morning. And when it comes to many, many of the social problems, the chronic social problems, including areas like housing, employment, the possible impact of AI. If you look at SNP and Labour positions, they are often very, very similar. Their responses to those problems are often very, very close together indeed. And, talking about the small differences idea, it's that egoism of small differences, I think, that leads to a lot of the bitterness between Labour and the SNP in Scotland. That, of course, and their big disagreement over the Constitution. But nonetheless, it's striking that a lot of the aridity of the current debate, a kind of stalemate that we see in the Scottish Parliament, is to do with the fact that there's not, really big policy differences between Labour and the SNP as the two strongest political forces in that Parliament at the moment. What there is a lot of personal bitterness and a lot of ad hominem argument and general sort of shrieking about how people are unfit to play any part in politics, and that is never edifying. I'm leaving the Tories out of this discussion at the moment because I think Douglas Ross, as still the nominal leader of the opposition in Holyrood, is increasingly slightly marginalised from the important debate. The differences between Labour and the SNP are also extremely important, though. Apart from the impact of incumbency on the SNP, which of course creates its own problems, the SNP for the last 13 years have been effectively, through the block grant from Westminster, administering austerity imposed first by the Cameron-Osborne configuration and then by the kind of clown show series of Conservative governments we've had since David Cameron's resignation in 2016 and since, of course, the debacle of Brexit, which has had an extremely negative effect on Scotland as an exporting economy, which it always always was in a slightly statistically greater way in England. So it's been a particularly difficult economic time for Scotland, followed by the pandemic, followed by the various other stresses that face modern government, the demands of trying to meet the challenges of climate change, all of that. The SNP has been dealing with all of that under the pressure of the current Westminster settlement for 16 years, and particularly under Conservative government for the last 13 years, with very strict limits on public spending. And although it has a little wiggle room in terms of its own tax-raising powers, obviously it's never popular to use those too aggressively, and you're constantly confronted with opposition parties who say you should be spending more money on everything while never saying where you should raise the taxes in order to do that. So they're in a difficult position. They've, I think, handled it reasonably well. I mean, everyone can argue about how good the SNP's performance in government has been, but I think history will say that they handled a difficult situation with some grace and some really important ameliorations of the really difficult social policies that have come from Westminster. And I'm particularly keen on the Scottish Child Payment Initiative, which, according to some of the according to some of the really major observers of social trends in the UK, is having a game-changing effect on Scotland's position in terms of the amount of poverty and destitution that we're seeing in the UK at the moment, which is shameful and which still exists in Scotland and which should not exist anywhere in a country as wealthy as this. But nonetheless, in that kind of way that a devolved government can within an unsatisfactory settlement, the SNP there have made a really major initiative which from day to day, from today to tomorrow, is making real differences, particularly to women trying to bring up families and balance household budgets, sometimes as single mothers, in desperately difficult conditions. Any of us who listen to people in those sorts of situations know what a difference it's making. And these are things which should not be written off just because it's not the revolution and it's not the full achievement of Scottish independence. But the other big difference, of course, between Labour and the SNP, apart from the whole number of issues that arise from incumbency, is the fundamentally disruptive nature of the SNP's central policy. The idea of the SNP is to disrupt this British state. Perhaps not in any kind of negative way, perhaps in a way that, under the right conditions could be extremely positive for all of the parts of the United Kingdom and for these islands generally. But nonetheless, it has pledged itself to a disruption of the British state in a way that distinguishes it fundamentally from the Labour Party and from PC Plod, as Hillary so memorably described the Labour Party, and particularly the Starmer Labour Party, as kind of policemen of the current British settlement. The SNP will never be that, and it's interesting actually that at the moment that shows up most clearly, and it has ever since the SNP took up this position as a sort of social democratic party back in the 80s and 90s. It shows up most clearly when it comes to foreign affairs and international matters. I think all of us will remember the kind of shockwave of Alex Salmond's denunciation of what was going on in the Iraq War, when he called it an unpardonable folly. And frankly, electorally, the SNP never looked back from that moment. It was a view that was shared by so many people in Scotland that it transformed the SNP into the natural party of the Scottish centre-left. And that was a huge achievement. And now, very different situation. Maybe the dimensions are different. Maybe it will not have the same electoral impact. But you can see again that Humza Yousaf, like no UK politician, is free to say that he supports a ceasefire in Gaza in a way that Keir Starmer clearly doesn't do. So, but the political problem with that, of course, is that if you're a disruptive party which doesn't achieve that disruptive aim, or it looks as if it's going to take a very long time to achieve it, then many of your own supporters who want that passionately and wouldn't be in the party if they didn't, become extremely frustrated. And that, as we've all observed in recent years, causes splitting, causes new initiatives like the Alba Party causes people, and also causes a kind of culture of complaint against the leadership of the SNP, which is full of sort of comments about people on gravy trains and stuff like that. Although, actually, if you look at the lifestyles of most SNP politicians, I think there is little evidence that many of them are only in it in order to become personally rich. However, those resentments are present, and they can have a marginal electoral impact, even if the sort of parties like Alba are not particularly popular at the ballot box. They can erode the vote for the SNP in ways that could change Scotland's political landscape going forward. And finally, that incumbency situation raises questions about policy direction. After a long period of incumbency, there are bound to be tensions about policy decisions which have been made and about the general direction of the party. And egged on by the right-wing press, who of course love people who dissent from the SNP leadership to the right, there is now a cohort of people both inside and outside the SNP, former SNP people and current SNP people, who are attempting to push the party to the right, either on social issues or on economic issues or on both. And the SNP faces that difficulty. The constant negative talk about the alliance with the Green Party, which of course is, in realistic terms, almost essential for the future of Scotland, that the SNP has very strong and clear green policies, and yet there is constant abuse on the subject of that alliance from some in the SNP, from some who have left the SNP, and from some who are simply opponents of any kind of attempt to tackle climate change and don't care what means they use to further that reactionary policy. So all of this makes it a very important turning point for the SNP. I believe, but this is something we could maybe debate, that if it makes that right turn, ditches the Greens and moves in the kind of Kate Forbesy, Fergus Ewing sort of direction, I think that will be electoral suicide. As Tom Nairn would have said, for a party attempting a really liberal, open and civic nation-building process, it is absolutely fatal to adopt reactionary policies either on social matters or on economic matters, because it takes away the content that makes their project of nation-building worthwhile for people who really care about well-being and who really care about democracy. Now, Nicola Sturgeon's leader of the SNP, I think, successfully established herself as a leader, however effectual or ineffectual you may assess her as being overall, as a leader who genuinely cared about those issues of well-being, issues of a sustainable future, and maybe to a slightly lesser extent, issues of democracy and empowerment of ordinary people. Like any party in power, the SNP has got internal problems now with control freakery and a general kind of bunker mentality. Like any party that has been bruised by the British media, both the SNP and Labour are now too frightened of the policy of division to allow the kind of freedom of debate that would be healthy within them. But the accusation of division is so fiercely deployed by most of the British media against parties that it doesn't like, that fear is perhaps understandable, but still, as several speakers have said today, essential to overcome it in the interests of open and free debate. And I think there's one final point that I'd like to make, that although Labour stands in a strong electoral position at the moment, I think the debate over Gaza, which has been mentioned several times today, shows just how close to the surface some of those explosive pressures on the Labour leadership now are. In kind of technical terms, Keir Starmer has done a good job in making the Labour Party sort of presentable to the British establishment. They kind of decided that it's time for a change, and you can see the sort of British media establishment, people like that, giving a kind of nod to the Starmer government as, yes, it's time for a wee turn of Labour government. Here you go, Keir, you look like a reliable type, get on with it. Fair enough. But I think, and for all of the reasons that we've been discussing today, these explosive questions of disaffection and of people's demand for greater empowerment and of people's demand for a voice for the real diversity of modern British society are bubbling just under the surface of Labour Party now. They have surfaced over the issue of Gaza. And I think if and when the Starmer government is elected next year, we will see those pressures emerging in ever more interesting and disruptive and potentially creative forms. So that's, I think, where we stand at the moment. And I'm just looking forward to the rest of the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Joyce, for that. I think that the egoism of small differences point rings very, very true, that the level of tribalism in our politics, I think, is so unhealthy and so toxic in so many ways. Our final speaker in the session is Alan Smith. Alan is a member of the SNP and is the MP for Stirling. He was one of Scotland's MEPs for several years, and he and I probably I won't share the stories from some of the campaign trails in 2014 and 2019, but I think it's fair to say that within his role as the MEP when Brexit happened, I think really hit the mark, hit the tone of how we were feeling here when you said those words, you know, to Europe, leave a light on so we can find our ways home. So, Alan, over to you.
Well, Maggie, thanks very much for the introduction. Thanks not for sharing the stories of the 2014 and 19 election campaign when Maggie was a fantastic candidate for the Greens for the European Parliament. The SNP, of course, sat with the Greens in the European Parliament, and it was a great shame, Maggie, that you didn't get into Brussels at that occasion. I'm delighted, and I have to say very proud of the SNP Green cooperation in our national parliament in Scotland. So, I'm slightly here as super sub today. I'm channeling my inner Mike Russell for you, so I'll keep it to a 4-hour version of my remarks. But he's been called away to the SNP's National Executive Committee meeting, and I've stepped in. But he does send his best, and he did very much want to be here today. Because I think celebrating Tom Nairn's contribution to Scottish politics, and indeed UK's politics and Europe politics, is, I think, a very salient thing for us to do. Though I would take some issue with the title of today, The Breakup of Britain. I have to say personally, and I have to say in the SNP, the breakup of Britain is not actually what we're about. We're about the independence of Scotland. And I think, and in much the same way as the ceasefire vote that we had down in the House of Commons this week was presented by a UK media of what does that mean for Labour, that wasn't why we were doing it. We were doing it because we think there should be a ceasefire in the Middle East. I'm often struck, since I've been investing the corridors of Westminster, since I was thrown out of my first parliament, and thanks, Joyce, for your reference to SNP politicians not being too comfortable and on a gravy train. I can assure you, having been thrown out of my first parliament, I really am working hard to get thrown out of my second. So it does strike me down the road that I have to say that perspective isn't a synonym for a difference of opinion. We see a lot of this stuff from a different place. And we see the EU referendum in a different context because it was intricately linked to the independence referendum 16 months earlier. So in England, the EU referendum is seen as a standalone event. In Scotland, it's seen as an integral part of our national discussion about where Scotland wants to be in the world and where we want power to lie and who we want to work with. So there is a lot of wrinkles to this stuff, and I think the UK and Britain is going to break up, and that is a process that's going to need to be managed. But it's going to break up precisely because of the centripetal and centrifugal forces that Tom Nairn identified many years ago. And they have been accelerated by demographic change, by the way that our economic situation has altered, by COVID, but also by the interplay of the independence referendum from a Scottish perspective and the EU referendum from a UK perspective. And it's worth those of us from SNP Green Independence perspective to remember that The people of Scotland rejected the change proposition twice. In independence, we were offering, in the 2014 referendum, we were offering change, and we lost. We had a significant majority, we had 55% against, a significant minority in favour, but we still lost the change proposition. And in the 2016 referendum, much as we have a warm fuzzy feeling about it in the SNP because it endorsed our pro-EU sentiment, the people of Scotland endorsed the status quo. And it was the people of the UK that endorsed change. And I think the interplay of those two psychological aspects of those referendums, the people of the UK by a majority of 52%, and if we want to do it by the home nations, it was 2-2, much as that's not the arithmetic situation. They endorsed the change proposition, but they didn't necessarily have a blueprint for what that change was going to be. And the lesson for me out of Brexit is you need to know what you want and you need to have done your homework. And that is where we still have a UK that is negotiating with itself about what its relationship with the EU should be and the wider world. And I'm struck, always struck, because to my roots, I am pragmatic. I want to find solutions. I don't greatly like ideology in my politics. I want to find real-world solutions. And when you've lost 4% of your GDP by doing one thing, and I appreciate GDP is not the right measure of stuff, I've been saying that for the best part of 20 years, but if you've just had a hit to your economy by doing one thing, signing up to a trade deal that is going to recover 0.04% of that GDP should not make you giddy with excitement, as it does so many of my Tory colleagues down the road. We need to look at the elephant in the room, and the UK as a whole needs to get real about the fact that geography matters. Trade finds the nearest way, and as we've seen in Northern Ireland, as we've seen in Ireland, we need to get real about our relationship with the EU, and I really hope that the UK finds a way back into the EU single market and the customs union at least, and then the political family thereafter. And I can say that hand on heart as a member of the UK-EU Parliamentary Assembly, which oversees the Trade and Cooperation Agreement. I'm the European EU accession spokesperson for the Westminster group of the SNP down the road. And my job is to work on getting Scotland back into the European Union, but also, simultaneously, at the same time, to work on solutions to have the UK having as close and deep and functional a relationship with the EU as possible. And if people down the road don't believe me in my sincerity of that, it's because I want to see the UK have as deep and close and functional a relationship with the EU as possible, because that's where I want Scotland to be, and that'll make our proposition easier at Carlisle. And I think the European aspects of the independence proposition are absolutely fundamental. Absolutely fundamental. And in terms of the title of today, the SNP after Sturgeon, Nicola was and remains a rock star politician. She's a friend of many of us within the party. It won't have escaped anybody's notice that it's been a tough time in the SNP lately, and it's been a personally very difficult time for a lot of us, because the SNP isn't just a political party. I was speaking to an event in Cumbernauld last night, and we're family, a great big dysfunctional family, but we are a family. We've got a cause. We're not just about winning seats and taking power and managing well, though all of that is important. All of that is, I think, crucial to delivering independence. But we've got a vision. We've got a cause, and that cause is independence in Europe. And that's where this conference is so well timed that just on Friday, just yesterday, the Scottish Government published Independence in Europe, the seventh white paper on how we've done our homework and how we know what we want and how we know what we're going to propose to achieve it. And if you've not read this document, I really would urge you to, because it's really fundamental. We have done our homework, we do know what we want, and we're putting that to our friends across the European continent to make clear that, well, yeah, there are still pro-European voices within these islands. And I think that would be good for Scotland. I think that will help deliver electoral success. Support for independence, with all the problems that the party's had lately. Support for independence, and we don't have the monopoly on independence within the SNP, but we are the central nervous system to deliver it. And our proposition matters. And our partnership with the Greens matters, and other members of the Yes movement matter as well. But what matters is winning. And support for independence is bumping around 50%, depending upon who you ask, how you ask, when you ask. But support for EU membership at the latest poll was 72%. Now, the difference between 50% and 72% is called winning. And I'm quite in favour of winning. I quite like winning. I don't back losers. And I think with that aspirational vision that the UK is not as good as it gets, that we can have a different economic model, a different social model, a different model of international solidarity. We don't want to be independent, to be separate and apart. That's the Brexit Britain. We want to be independent and make our own decisions at home and join with our fellow colleagues and friends in the wider European continent towards common effort. Because climate change, organised crime, war in various places aren't going to be dealt with by one country, however big or however small. They're going to be dealt with by coalitions. And the EU is solidarity in action. And Scotland's natural place is within that, and I think that's what's going to deliver, in large part for a lot of people, a reason to vote SNP at the Westminster election and a reason to vote for independence thereafter. So I'm excited, and I don't feel downbeat about the party's prospects. I was late this afternoon, because I was out campaigning in Corton, as we always do every Saturday morning. I knocked the best part of 200 doors this morning, actually talking to the people out there in the real world who want some hope, who want to know that politics isn't all about WhatsApp messages and iPads and ferries. It's about bigger stuff than that. It's about dealing with the priority of the people of Scotland. And within the Westminster context, and I don't know any secrets about our manifesto to tell you, but the SNP in Aberdeen at the last conference we had, we've agreed our strategy to deliver an independence referendum. We've agreed our strategy for the Westminster election. And I think we're going to need the biggest, boldest, and most ambitious aspirational manifesto for a Westminster election the SNP's ever produced. And that's what we're working on. And we're going to obviously have SNP to become an independent state within the European Union, page 1, line 1. We're also going to be looking for the devolution of Section 32, the Holyrood Parliament. We're going to be looking for the devolution of employment law to the Scottish Parliament in order to mitigate against the gig economy, trial shifts, precarious employment, the fact that so many people in work are in poverty. We can do this differently, and as we've demonstrated with the child payment, we can do things differently within a devolved context, so let's do that. We're also going to be putting forward ideas about devolving energy to Scotland, because I'm getting emails from pensioners who can see the Braza Doon wind farm from their houses, wondering why on earth their electricity bills are going up through the roof. And it's because the UK has delivered a broken energy market. And in Scotland, I think we could do better. We're also going to, because we're going to need, we always do need to find oxygen within a UK context in a Westminster campaign, because there will be those who are desperate to present the UK election as who's going to be inhabiting number 10 Downing Street after this election. We're never going to be that. But that's always been a pressure on us. But by saying what we would do with the powers we presently don't have, I think we should nationalise the post office in Scotland. We don't have the power to do that presently. But if you think that's going to happen from a Labour UK administration, do stick around. I've got a bridge to sell you. So by demonstrating what we would do with the powers we presently don't have, as well as wanting to get back into the European Union as an independent state, I think we get oxygen in a UK context. We'll hold Labour's feet to the fire in terms of the paucity of their ambition, and will thereby demonstrate why an SNP vote at the Westminster election is important. So the party's had its travails lately, and that's been tough, but it will end, and that will pass. And I think the fundamental issues that are rattling around Scottish politics, which is yes, no to independence, and leave remain still to the EU, we've got the answer. And I think we've got the ball at our feet. I think the people need hope. And I think to deliver a progressive left-wing agenda within a UK context will be an appealing prospect for a lot of people. And I would slightly disagree. The only thing I would disagree with what Jamie said, that Labour might win by default in the UK. I actually don't think that's a foregone conclusion. I think that's the top end of expectation, I'm afraid. Because this is going to be the dirtiest, grubbiest, nastiest UK campaign you've ever seen. It's going to be about war on woke. It's going to be about gender-neutral toilets. It's going to be about little boats. We're going to see a deeply populist Westminster budget shortly, with some deeply retrograde, to my mind, proposals, but they will be popular in parts. And we've got a UK government that is banking on a low turnout, a scunner factor that says you're all the same, I'm not voting, why would I bother? As we've seen this week, there are deep, deep fault lines within the Labour Party. We've been accusing the SNP of wheesht for Indy. You know, wait till we win independence and then we'll sort that out. And I have to say I don't see much evidence of that in the real world, but it's out there. But the Labour Party can genuinely be accused of wheesht for government. And I don't think that's going to hold in the ferocity of the Westminster campaign that's coming to us. So I think a hung parliament is a not fantastical proposition. I think the prospect of us having the balance of power is an option, is a possibility. And we'll need to see where the numbers fall. We'll need to see where people vote. I feel very upbeat about our prospects. And I feel even more upbeat about the prospects of ultimately independence in Europe. And I think it would be good for progressive politics in the UK as well, because look at the map. If we have an Ireland sovereign within the European Union, Scotland sovereign within the European Union, Northern Ireland in a status that keeps it basically within the EU's ambit, I think that buttresses the UK into the European continent in a significant way that will mitigate against the delusions of separatism and going it alone and exceptionalism that we've seen from elements of the current UK government. And I will work with anybody south of the border towards progressive ends. We're the third biggest bloc in the Westminster Parliament right now. When we were putting the ceasefire vote forward, it was a genuine open offer to come and join us. And the fact that the Labour Party has got itself into a position where it's against a ceasefire at Westminster but will vote for a ceasefire in Holyrood is a matter, I have to say, of deep regret to me. Because I came from a Labour environment, as many of us did. When I was at law school, I volunteered for the local Labour MP. It grieves me to see the Labour Party having such a paucity of ambition that it does at the moment. Which is why I'm a Nat, and which is why I think the SNP can, within a Westminster contest, be that gilding up factor that we want to see. So I'm excited about the prospects, but excited even more about the discussion and the questions and comments that we're going to have this afternoon. So it's great to be with you. I'll be here for the rest of the day. Thanks so much for your time. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Alan. I'll pick you up on your point about pragmatism at another point. But I think the point you make about cooperation being the way we get things done is something that we maybe don't hear enough about in our politics. So thank you for that. We've got some time for questions now. I'll take 2 or 3 questions initially, and then give each of the panelists 10 seconds or so to answer, because I'm feeling generous. You know, we've got one right in the front here.
Thank you very much for all your contributions. It's woken my brain up a little bit more on Saturday afternoon. I have a very simple question. What are your views on compulsory voting?
Thank you for that. I'll take another couple of questions. Yes, towards the end of the front row.
Right, thank you very much for stimulating contributions. I just wanted to pick up Jamie's point about the operating system, open service, open democracy, and how do we persuade Labour, if it gets into government, to make democratic participation, to make the ruling theme of the way it works, the way that Mrs. Thatcher said, the solution to everything is the market. So let people power be the solution of the next government. How do we persuade them to do that?
Thanks for that question. We've got a question over there. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I guess my question picks up a bit on Jamie and Francis's intervention, which is around some of the dynamics of Starmer and authoritarianism. And one thing that I thought was a bit absent, was touched on by Jamie, but kind of absent more generally from the discussion, was in relationship to Starmer's really, really problematic politics around race and racism. And I was wondering if you could kind of talk about that a little bit and the implications of what that might be like in a kind of Starmer government. And in relationship to that, I just want to also really contest Francis's kind of whitewashing of the Brexit referendum. I think it's really dangerous on the left to talk about that as if racism was an only constitutive aspect of that. And I think it'd be useful to have a bit more reflections on that, because I think it's impossible to kind of understand the kind of depth of kind of authoritarianism, I think, that we're facing without understanding the kind of role that racism has played in that referendum.
Okay. Thank you. I will take those 3 questions because that last one was kind of two in one, sneaky. But I'll let the panel answer if you can be brief, and then we can go back to the audience again. Francis, I'll start with you, and we'll just work our way along. Yeah.
Cool, I'll take the last one first. And just to be really clear, my attempt wasn't at all to whitewash. I was trying to say that I think, in fact, I think to your exact point, I mean, of course, racism was part of it. That was, I mean, clear to anybody who's paying half an eye. Everything that Clive said earlier about having a moment of reckoning, I think is really important. What I would just add, what I was trying to bring across was like 17.5 million people, or whoever, the point I get wrong sometimes, but they didn't just vote because they were all bigoted racists, right? And we heard a lot of that in the aftermath. And I actually thought, I saw this post on Facebook the next day, and of course it was the post on Facebook the next day, right? And so it was very emotive. But one of my friends had said something like, I didn't think that 17 million people in the country were fascists. And I thought, the only people who are going to benefit from that are the far right, because they look around and think, okay, well, yeah, all of those people who voted were with me. And I was like, oh, no, hang on, let's just really understand what happened there. And I think, we were having some conversations last night over dinner about the complexities of those votes, so what people were actually saying in it. And the point is, right-wing media will always play back that people were bigoted and racist because that's what they want other people to believe. They want that bloc to feel bigger than it is, right? And all I'm asking is, I come from Oldham, which voted 70% to leave. I know people of many different racial and ethnic backgrounds who voted to leave there. They had complicated and often very nuanced reasons for why they voted the way that they did. And I'm just asking progressives to go out and do the work, right? Ask the questions, right? Really, really work it out. And of course, contest racism wherever we can, but build that confidence amongst progressives to do that through a sort of reciprocal listening campaign, which I think still needs to keep going, given that it's even 7 years afterwards. Just to pick up a couple of different, the good questions. Great question about compulsory voting. I think the problem is, I think a lot of people in this country understand their votes don't count. 70% of votes don't count. You might as well put your vote through a shredder in a lot of places. I think we do wrong to kind of force. I would rather than forcing the argument, I would rather make it actually, people know what's in their right interests. And if they thought their vote actually counted, they would probably go out and do that in higher numbers, right? In countries with proportional voting systems, generally the turnout is much higher. It is in Scotland as well. And also goes back to the question about doing the work. Make people feel that they're part of it, that is not just a kind of mark on the ballot box, but it's something much deeper and bigger. And if it's just a tick box exercise, people understand that as democracy. And I still think we've got a lot of work to do to say democracy is more than about representation, it's more than about elections. And I think Scotland are much further along the path than we are about that. And just finally, on Titus's really good question about democracy being the solution to everything. Give more people the experience, right? In Canada, 1 in 7 people have been asked to take part in citizen assembly. That's a pretty incredible figure, right, for a country of sort of 20 million people. And because they've been asked, they've had to sit up and think, well, could be me, right? A big lotto sign. It could be you, right? You could be called on to participate. And I think we need that culture of participation because, that expectation yields more interest, more engagement, and ultimately maybe answer some of that.
Great. Thanks, Francis. Joyce.
I don't think I've actually got much to add on the subject of race, particularly in the politics of Brexit. It was clearly there. It's not the whole explanation. I suppose all I would say is that when we look back on this period of history, we will be shocked by the extent to which the most florid aspects of Eugenia, if you like, the sort of imperial dreaming, the negative, the imperial dreaming, the negative attitudes to foreigners, the exceptionalism and so on, the extent to which our governing party came to be in the grip of that kind of ideology, and how much that ideology was enabled and furthered through our media during this time, even though perhaps it was never originally held by that many British people, will become a subject of historical comment, I would say. I think we have to occasionally remind ourselves in terms of the present Conservative government just how bad things got in terms of that debate. In terms of Labour putting democratic participation at the centre of everything, well, I feel as if we've got a bit of previous on this in Scotland. Back in the days of the Labour-Lib Dem coalition at Holyrood, after all the civic agitation and campaigning and work, really hard work, most of it completely unpaid, that went into the setting up of the Scottish Parliament, I remember sitting there and being told by a couple of of Labour ministers in one of the early Scottish governments and their civil servants that they were going to cut off the money to the Scottish Civic Assembly because it wasn't needed anymore now that we had a parliament. So I think we should never underestimate the desire of professional politicians once they get into office to kind of shut up any kind of competition that is coming up from the grassroots. It's a characteristic of all parties, I would say. Back in 2019, just before the lockdowns, I had a kind of wonderful 20 years on reunion with some of the people that I worked with on the committee that advised the then Scottish office, Henry McLeish and so on the setting up of the Scottish Parliament, so veterans of the movement for a Scottish Parliament. And we got together to give a kind of report card to the Scottish Parliament. And one of the things that we regretted most deeply was the failure of successive Scottish governments to reform local government and to really re-empower and reform, and in the ways that Lesley Riddoch has been campaigning for years, really strengthen the role of grassroots local democracy in Scotland. Any student of democracy in Europe knows that local democracy is the basic building block. If people don't believe in democracy at the local level, then they're not going to have the confidence to be terrific democratic citizens at national level. So, you know, I think all political parties, including the SNP, all political parties in power are difficult to persuade on the subject of mass democratic participation. But, you know, I wish all the best, genuinely, to all those grassroots activists across the UK who, if we get a Labour government, will be trying to push them in that direction. Finally, compulsory voting, not a fan really. It's a bit of a sort of intrusion into people's freedom to tell them all to get lost. But I do think that what we do need urgently in the UK, and I'm pretty shocked that it really hasn't happened up to now, is some kind of debate about how different voting systems across the different assemblies in the UK and in local government in the UK now are working, what they have achieved and what they haven't achieved. Idealising PR as the answer to everything gets us nowhere, but I don't think anyone in Scotland, or very few people in Scotland, would now want to go back to first past the post. So, you know, there's a huge debate to be had there, and it's not being had, and so much experience in Wales, in Scotland, in Northern Ireland, and in local government.
Thank you, Joyce. Alan.
Still working? There we go. Can rattle through very quickly. On compulsory voting, I would tend against it because I think it's basically illiberal. If people are not enthused to vote, I think we need to tackle the reasons for that. And that feeds into points about citizen assemblies and people power. If we're in a representative democracy, it's quite important to make sure that the democracy represents the people. And it doesn't at the moment. In the Westminster context, which is why the SNP's policy is STVPR for all levels of government. When we were still part of the EU, we had 4 different electoral systems for the 4 different levels of government that we had, and that needs to be remedied. And the countries that do have compulsory voting, I think people tend to register protest votes, they tend to vote for populist parties. We see that particularly in Australia and Belgium. So I would tend on how do we make democracy more appealing and more representative than make it compulsory to participate in a broken system. The point about racism and Brexit, and I spent a lot of time pre and post the 2016 referendum reaching out to people who voted Remain, but also those who voted Leave. And the racism was part of it, the xenophobia was part of it. I don't think it was the driving factor for the vast majority of people who voted Leave. I think the people who voted Leave were endorsing the change proposition. And we saw this you might remember in the last few days of the voter registration period in the 2016 referendum, the deadline was extended a few days because so many people were signing up to take part in the referendum. And David Cameron, whatever happened to him, chirruping that this is a fantastic thing that proves it's going to be a success, where those of us who lived through the independence referendum, you don't check out of the democratic system for 40 years and then check back in to endorse status quo. So all of those people were checking back in to vote Leave, because for the first time, particularly in England where so many votes are perceived as wasted, quite rightly, I have to say, their vote mattered for the first time ever. So where does that disappointment now go? And that keeps me awake at night, I don't mind admitting. There was a cry for change that hasn't been delivered. And that's where I think reform of the electoral system, getting rid of the House of Lords, all of that stuff is all the more important, because people feel rightly cynical. I think that's enough from me. There we go.
Thanks, Alan. And Jamie.
Hi. Yeah. Well, let's do these in order. The Brexit referendum, my experience of talking to people overwhelmingly was the reason those people who voted for Brexit did so is because they thought, no bugger's listening to me, I want to teach you a lesson. That was the overwhelming feeling. And I can't remember how many doors I knocked on. Only once do I remember talking to someone who I considered overtly racist. I'm sure they didn't think of themselves as racist. But the question was also, how does Sir Keir view this? I have no privileged insight into another person's mind, but I think for him, racism is a second-order issue, and I think his politics, he's essentially a Rawlsian liberal. He believes that, well, look, everybody has an equal chance in life, and if we can get there, then that works. And if you're someone who's ended up as the Director of Public Prosecutions and knighted, you think, yeah, that's a wonderful model. That's a failure to understand what racism is and how it affects people. And to give you an example, I know of complaints who've gone in the Labour Party, and if it's to do with anti-Semitism, quite rightly, they are dealt with seriously, but if it's to do with Islamophobia, they get brushed aside. And if it's to do with anti-Gypsy traveller Roma racism, they're not even taken seriously. And I think some of that is a look at the polls and think, oh, well, that's actually quite popular, we'll not stamp down on that. And that really worries me, because there are certain things which should be fundamental on a moral basis, and not simply, how can we play this to get an electoral advantage? The question, how do we manage to change anything on a big basis, particularly in the Labour Party? How about mass hypnosis? I've ran Citizens' Assembly on Climate Change, and we have implemented the results. After May, fingers crossed, re-elected, we'll hold a Citizens' Assembly on transport to directly involve people in those tricky payoff choices, which you have to do, prioritisation of road space, how you want to allocate fare, and who pays for things. Let's get the people directly involved in that. That works better. It's also, by the way, as a politician, it's great because you can say, hey, look, this is what people said. You don't blame me for it. But then, actually, Joyce mentioned something. She was saying that Hamza Yousaf's the one politician who, as a national party, obviously mayors have, I have, Andy Byrne has, Sadiq Khan have all called for ceasefires. But can I just say that Keir Starmer is free to say he supports a ceasefire anytime he wants. He's the leader of the opposition. It's up to him. He doesn't have to justify it to anyone. If it's the right thing to do, he should do it. And on compulsory voting, anyone who's been around politics, when I was in the Labour Party, I went to so many CLP meetings where nobody turned up. But as soon as there's a contested vote, the room's packed, isn't it? People will turn up to vote if they think their vote counts, if they think it matters, if they think it's close. Part of that is changing away from safe seats and marginal seats. That's an issue of the voting system, a big advocate of PR. PR doesn't get there enough. It's what powers, at what level. If you give powers significantly to local government, people will vote more in local government. If they think, it doesn't matter what happens, central government control the purse strings, it's just about emptying the bins, they're not going to turn up and vote. If you give them some significant power, they will turn up to vote. And by the way, that would significantly help our electoral system, because do you see a great deal of talent on the Tory front bench? How much talent do you see on the Labour front bench? Now, the job I do, I actually run a region of England in one sense, and it's incredibly difficult work. I have the advantage that I was 48 before I was a politician. I ran a business. I have a degree with a very strong mathematical basis as an engineer. And if you've come through, you can have great ideals and great strength of will, but you can very easily find it hard to administer. You need people a chance to have cut their teeth if they're going to be good, effective politicians, pragmatic politicians, able to get things done. And we need a far more plural source of power so people can actually be judged on their track records and not judged on how well they perform in the media. And the reason I think I'm not a massive fan of compulsory voting is for all those reasons, but also as a politician who spent there enough time looking at the rejected ballots, I think we would just see an awful lot more penises written on ballot papers.
Thanks very much for that, Jamie. I think that's probably a good place to end the session. Can I just say thank you once again to Francis, Joyce, Alan, and Jamie for that really inspiring discussion. We could have gone on all afternoon. And I'll invite Peter to tell us about what's happening next.
It's the moment you've all been waiting for. It's James Robertson with the census.
Yeah, just a wee bit of context about this. During the dinner break, I was handed this piece of paper by a journalist who works for one of the Sunday papers, and this is an exclusive. It's going to be in, I can't say which paper, that would be giving too much away, but it's going to be in the paper tomorrow. You'll remember that the Scottish Government delayed carrying out the census during the COVID emergency by a year for reasons best known to them, but anyway, they did it. And so it's been taking a wee bit of time to get some of the information through from the census, but this is a story that's going to run in one of the Sunday papers, I believe, although you never know, it might get spiked, so you might not hear it anywhere else than here. So I'm just going to read exactly what the story is supposed to be tomorrow. A substantial majority of Scots, it has emerged, speak a language about which questions were asked for the first time ever in the most recent national census. Figures released today reveal that 4.48 million people, or 84% of the Scottish population, talk pish. Some, most, or all of the time. This means that pish is second only to English in terms of common usage. A spokesman for the General Register Office for Scotland said that it was important to qualify this headline figure as some significant statistical discrepancies underlay it. For example, while 76% of people over the age of 16 said that they could talk or write pish fluently, and 65% said that they could immediately identify pish when they heard it, a mere 21% admitted to being able to understand pish spoken or written by others. The council areas with the highest proportions of people who talk pish were the cities of Aberdeen, Dundee, Edinburgh, and Glasgow. Rural areas had the lowest proportions of talkers of pish. But this might be due, the spokesman said, to greater distances between inhabitants and high levels of taciturnity among farmers. Professor Ranald Fowlis Wester, director of the Institute for Talking Pish, commented, "I have been talking pish all my life, and it is gratifying to see further evidence of what I've suspected all along, that I am not alone. Indeed, it is clear that most of my fellow citizens talk pish to a greater or lesser extent. I call on the Scottish Government to give pish official status, to legislate for the teaching of pish in our schools, colleges and universities, and to oblige the BBC to broadcast pish. At least 6 hours per day. It's already been done. The Tory MSP Findo Gaskett said, "These figures are deeply disturbing and no credence should be placed in them. If concessions are made to talkers of pish, the floodgates will open and we will have talkers of shite, bollocks and mince, all clamouring for equal representation. I talk mince all the time, but I don't expect anyone to take me seriously. No Scottish Government minister was available for comment in any language.
And I regret to inform you that that's taken up most of your break. Just for clarity again, the next plenary in this room will be Can Britain Recover? Can England Recover from Great Britain? With Moya Lothian McLean, Alan Little, Hardeep Matthew, Richard Wyn Jones, and chaired by Anthony Barnett. There is a breakout on Tom Nairn and the monarchy with Scott Hames, Ray Burnett, Lesley Orr and Will Storer, and that is in the west drawing room, so the one on the Glasgow side, so Glasgow for the monarchy. The other breakout is International Relations and Nationalism in the 20th Century with Jen Stout, Murto Satsika and Henry Porter, and that's in the west, or the east drawing room. I'm tripping over myself, but I hope you enjoy that. And I suggest we push back 10 minutes, so those will start at 25 past. Thank you.
important and significant panel. And I guess to introduce the speakers very briefly, Alan Little needs no introduction. Hardeep Matharu, sorry, I've been corrected, this is fatal to correct me, is the editor of Byline Times. And if you don't subscribe to it, it's a monthly paper edition as well as a daily online. You should be doing so. It is the paper, the current paper of expressing the future, delivering truth, certainly to England, and we hope to the UK and then perhaps Europe. I don't want to pronounce your name wrong.
It's Moya Lothian McLean.
A rising star and presenter for Novara Media, and a columnist, and Richard Wyn Jones, who is one of the leading scholars of England and Englishness, and is to be congratulated for your patience in being able to deliver to us this strange and peculiar thing. And what the plan is, I'm going to ask everybody to speak from the lectern for about 5 to 7 minutes, to keep it short, then to have a discussion within the panel, and then to put it out to questions. And I'd just like to start, I was thinking about how to present this last night, and I haven't warned the speakers of this, but I just want to exploit my chairman's role to put the question in as focused a way as possible. I came up here in 2014 to campaign for on the day of the referendum with Adam Ramsey, and I canvassed for it. And that vote, if that vote had succeeded, it was an attempt it was pitched against the Anglo-British state. And that's a strange thing because the independence that was asked for, there was going to be a shared crown, there was going to be a shared currency, and there was a single market that was shared. So what was the difference? One of the expressions of the difference that would have resulted from independence would have been that in the European Union, the seats of the European Union, there would have been Scotland, and sitting next to Scotland, there would have been England. And that England would have been diminished by the loss of the referendum vote. Now, if you fast forward and imagine what it's like now, since then we've had Brexit. Brexit is not, as famously said about Welsh independence, is not an event, it's a process. And actually, it's only just beginning, and it's going to get worse and worse. We're caught in the Brexit vortex. And Scottish independence in this context means, as we've just been hearing from Alan Smith, rejoining the European Union. It means Scotland becoming part of the European Union. And at that point, there's a very interesting question comes up, because why was Brexit won? It was because we heard in this brilliant, stellar first panel the importance of narratives. The Brexiteers had a narrative for England, which is about being Great Britain, and the Remainers, led by Cameron, Blair, and so on, they were shifty. They didn't have a narrative. They didn't have an alternative story. Here in Scotland, you have an alternative story. So if we move fast forward, if you imagine we have the second referendum, Scotland storms back with 70% support into the European Union. What then happens next? Well, in my book, what will happen is that England, now it has lost that narrative of Great Britain, will or should, as Caroline Lucas sort of set out for us in a very imaginative way at the beginning, will be able to go back into the European Union. And that England, in that context, will have been again. We will have grown. That England will not be suffering loss, it will be suffering a positivity. So the question of can England recover from Great Britain is, can we help, including you in Scotland, England, to shed one story for another? And that is the question that I would like the panel to address. Alan.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me here. It's a great treat to be part of this. Let me start by declaring an interest. I moved to England shortly after university here in Edinburgh and growing up in Scotland, and England was my home for much of my adult life, and everything I'm going to say about England in the next few minutes I say out of affection and admiration for a country in which I was very happy, in which I came to love. We paid tribute to Tom Nairn for obvious reasons. There's one other voice I'd like to mention who was very influential in my young life when I was trying to establish myself as a journalist, and that's the great Neal Ascherson. Neal's writing was, for me as a young journalist, some kind of guiding light, because I think he gave me permission to be Scottish and internationalist at the same time. And I think all of us owe him a debt. And I never felt more Scottish than when I got off the train in King's Cross and started my life in England. So there are certain constants, I think. I've been discussing the UK Constitution in England with English friends for nearly 40 years, and there are certain constants that I would like to share with you. One is that for the 45 years of my adult lifetime, it has been events in England and choices made by the electorate in England that have propelled the United Kingdom closer to dissolution than it's been since the mid-18th century. I think of the 80s and 90s in particular. I moved to England in the 1980s from Glasgow. I ended up living on the south coast of England and witnessing this explosive economic regeneration along the south coast of England. The big industries were dying, but the people who worked in those big industries were using redundancy payments to start their own companies because the economic opportunities were there. And they had not been there in the Glasgow that I had left, and the contrast made a very strong impression on me. So in the 1980s, England, somebody said in the previous plenary that the Brexit vote was a frustration that nothing changes. Well, for the first 20 years of my adult life, everything was changing. And an English electorate was voting enthusiastically for radical change, for the vision of future offered by Margaret Thatcher. Scotland was voting in ever greater numbers to hold on to what was best of the post-war settlement, the Attlee settlement. And it was very clear that the two countries were diverging very strongly in their sense of the kind of societies they wanted to be. So that's the first constant, it seems to me, that's change in England that has pushed the divergence in national visions. Another constant is how little this is understood in England, and especially in Westminster, Whitehall, and the traditional London-based UK media. The former senior civil servant, Kieran Martin, who some of you will remember as the author of the Edinburgh Agreement in 2013, that agreement between David Cameron and Alex Salmond to set the ground rules for the independence referendum. He worked for David Cameron in the Cabinet Office, and he no longer does, he's now an academic. But he told me that he, like me, asks his colleagues and former colleagues in London, why? Why is it that the union is such a good thing, but you take it for granted that it's such a good thing? And I encountered this as well, that in 2014, colleagues in London would say to me, it's looking close, isn't it? Are you worried that yes might win? And I would say, no. And they would say, what, you're not worried, or you don't think yes will win? And I said, well, I'm impartial, so of course I'm not going to. And the most offensive thing really was the assumption of consensus, the assumption that because I was one of them, I must share their view that the union is unambiguously a good thing. And Kieran Martin says he asked his colleagues, why? Why is the union unambiguously a good thing? And the answer they give him, he told me, was, well, it's obvious, isn't it? And he says, no, it's not obvious. Can you help me? Can you define it, please? And he says they never can. And that seems to me, to those who want to see the union survive, the most corrosive thing, the lack of a strong, convincing, persuasive narrative that all the peoples of these islands can join with. This is a long pedigree. My old friend Owen Dudley Edwards, who I see here, told me once that the young Queen Victoria, when she first expressed an interest in her Scottish ancestry, was told by Lord Melbourne, "It's very straightforward, ma'am. They were all called James, they were all murdered." So what I hear in London when I try to engage on this question on the future of the Union, principally is boredom and irritation, a desire for Scotland to stop whinging, Scottish aspirations and ambitions being dismissed as grievance culture. This is the thing that is primarily my experience over 40 years, but there's something on top of boredom and irritation, and that is a profound sense of hurt. The project of Scottish independence is often characterised as a divorce. After decades of discussing it with friends in London, I reach for a different metaphor, partly in jest, but you'll understand what I'm saying, and it's that of an adult child announcing to its overprotected parents that it wants to move out of the family home and get a place of its own. So there are 4 phases to the reaction. Phase 1, incredulity and ridicule. Don't be daft, you'd never survive. Where would you get your meals from? Who'd do your washing? Phase 2, hurt. How can you treat us like this? Especially after all we've done for you. Phase 3, petulance. Go, off you go. We don't care. Subtext, you'll soon come running back. And phase 4, which I've yet to come across, is reconciliation and acceptance. Please understand that I'm not making a case for Scottish independence. I've never argued publicly for it or against it. But I'm trying to impart something about my experience of the condition of English thought on the matter of the Union. I used to live in Russia. I lived in Paris. I've done a lot of work in Turkey. So I've grown interested in how former imperial powers accommodate themselves to ordinary nation statehood. And it seems to me that the matter at the heart of this question is how England does that. In 2014, when I was covering the independence referendum, a friend in London who presents a radio program, or did at that time, stopped me in the street and asked me how it was going. And he too said, are you worried? Is it going to be yes? And I was very neutral. And he said, my show goes to the Edinburgh Festival every year for a week and we present from there. We'd have to stop doing that. And I said, why? It would still be the biggest international arts festival in the world. It would still be on your doorstep. Why would you have to stop? And he said, well, we just would. So I saw this again and again in my friends in London. They felt the idea of Scottish independence as something personal. They felt that losing Scotland, as they put it, would in some way diminish them personally. But there is another way. There was once a Dutch empire. In 1958, the Guardian's international editor, Anthony Hartley, visited Amsterdam, and he was impressed by the quiet confidence of the people there. This is what he wrote. They have learned to live in Europe as mere Europeans, mere Europeans. And let's make no mistake, that is the way we ourselves and every other ex-colonial power will have to live in the not-so-distant future. The Dutch had given up an imperial delusion, given up any sense that they had a civilizing mission in the world, had somehow downsized their sense of who they were to a European scale. He contrasted this with post-Suez Britain and what he called the narrowing of horizons, a sense of frustration among his own compatriots, whose assets of self-respect and conscious international virtue were considerably wasted. So for generations, it's been easy to use the terms England and Britain as though they are interchangeable. You can never use the words Scotland and Britain as though they are interchangeable, or indeed Wales. At the end of 2016, I was doing some year-end reflective pieces. I found the Brexit bus, one with the £350 million written on the side of it. And I spoke to the driver. It was now being used to ferry York City football team around the country, by the way. But the driver was the same. And I said to him, so where did you travel to? And he said, everywhere. We went the whole country. We traveled around the whole country from top to bottom. We started down in Devon, and we went all the way to Carlisle. So it was a small but revealing glimpse into a new national identity. And I think Richard will deal with this. His excellent book, Englishness, dissects this very well. A new national identity that has emerged over the last couple of decades, a more explicitly English national identity, and one that is not confused with Britishness. But while Scottish, Irish, and Welsh nationalisms reject British statehood, English nationalism does not. It remains powerfully emotionally attached to the idea of Britain, even though increasingly England is perceived to be unfairly treated by the UK in its post-devolution iteration. So I think this perception is bound up with notions of greatness, and Anthony's book, The Lure of Greatness, deals with this. The idea that Providence has carved out for the British a special destiny in the world still has powerful political traction in England. Richard quotes Tony Blair from 2007, the year he left office, saying, this is Tony Blair, "This is a blessed nation. The British are special. The world knows that. In our innermost thoughts, we know it. This is the greatest nation on earth." That sentiment was at the heart of the Brexit campaign popular appeal. So, can England recover from Great Britain is the contentious title of the session. I have yet to find any real indication that it wants to. But to return to my original observation, is events and choices made in England over the last 40 years that have driven more powerfully than anything we do here in Scotland, the process by which England and Scotland have diverged in their respective senses of the kind of society and polity they want to be. And just look at the age demographics, the huge majorities for independence that are stacking up among younger generations in Scotland. The danger for those who want to see the Union survive in England is not Scottish nationalism, but a failure in England to understand the nature of the UK as a union state and to find a settled and comfortable place within it. Thank you.
So when I was thinking about what to prepare for this session, I was going to go for a journalistic approach, which was to do with my work. And then sitting in my hotel room last night, I decided instead to say this. So I'm a Londoner. I'm the Sikh Punjabi daughter of immigrants, and I am British. My parents were born and raised in countries of the British Empire, Kenya and India. And Great Britain was the country that they, like so many other Commonwealth immigrants, wanted to come to and were proud to come to and build their lives in. Now, I'd never bought into the nature of greatness of Britain. I acknowledge that Great Britain means something to me with regards to my parents' history, which is a history of empire and it's a history of this country. And it was the British National Party that had its headquarters disguised as a bookshop and a meeting room opposite the house I grew up in southeast London. And it was the Union flag that the BNP members carried when they rioted with the police outside my living room window following the murder of Stephen Lawrence in nearby Eltham. And of course, it was this same Union flag that is a symbol of repulsion and panic-inducing fear because of its association with the violence of far-right extremism in this country for the generations of people of color who went before me and had to deal with that violence on the streets. And it was called Britannia that was in the air when New Labour came to power when I was a child. And Jerry Halliwell wore a Union Jack dress at the Brit Awards when the Spice Girls performed. And it's good old British goodwill when I think of when I see strangers patiently queuing or mucking in, helping each other out on a packed train. And it's good old British spirit I think of when it comes to the NHS. And so, what is it to be English? What is Englishness? And for me, these are central questions which have never been easy to grapple with or to answer. And perhaps unlike the other nations of the UK, England doesn't have as distinct a sense of its own identity, which it is aware of or which it is embracing of. In my view, it's a country that still doesn't want to look at its imperial history, and the United Kingdom is really the last expression of England, Britain's imperial project. I personally believe that if the people of Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland see their futures as independent countries or united with other independent countries because being part of the UK is not serving their interests, then I think that is their right. But what I also want to recognize and bring to the table today is that I am conflicted because the notion of the very diversity of the United Kingdom, this notion that there are different nations, multiple identities, that there is uncertainty, almost an ambiguity and fluidity which comes with that with regards to our identity. That is something which, in a complicated way, appeals to me. I don't think this multiplicity and this difference and the fact we have these different nations, I don't think in practice that is borne out. I think our political system is still dominated by Westminster, by London, by the South East, and I don't think it does work for the other nations in this union. Again, this notion of diversity, multiplicity that the UK represents seems to matter to me. And that's not because I don't want to just be English, because I buy into some exceptional notion that we can't just be English, we're Great Britain because we're exceptional and we have these great myths, because as I said, I'm the child of the children of the empire, and so I see through those myths more than most and much more quickly. But I am honest about the fact that this notion of being English or Englishness, it does perturb me, because what does it mean? And how would we even go about starting to develop it? And so for me, Englishness isn't an identity that I've ever really felt part of. And I mean, I am only speaking for myself, but I could venture a guess that, of course, there are other young people of color, people from diverse backgrounds, people who want to embrace multiplicity, be various things, probably feel that same way. And of course, for me, there are many personal reasons why I perhaps don't feel embraced or embracing of Englishness. And that is for me to, of course, explore. But I also think it's a bigger issue than that. I don't think that that identity of Englishness has ever been presented to me in a manner that is outward-looking, diverse, about multiplicity, about plurality. Even though, of course, it does have that within it. I don't think Englishness is, at its heart, really inward-looking and Little England, but I'm trying to say that I don't think their broader sense of Englishness has ever been presented. So if it's being argued, perhaps I need to connect more to my Englishness and be more English, you know, what does that mean? Is that a personal thing? Is it something we need to develop collectively, which perhaps it is? And how do we go about uniting people from different regions, from different backgrounds, from different generations? Fundamentally, how do we bring people together with a form of Englishness, perhaps a civic identity, form of Englishness? And I have these same questions when it comes to my Punjabi Indian roots. I have many conversations with people when it's like getting in touch with my Indianness. So what does that mean? And I guess why I'm asking these questions is to bring a sense of contradiction and complication to this issue. I think any sense of Englishness then would need to embrace and take further what I feel Britishness has come to represent for many of us who may feel excluded by Englishness, and Britishness will have its own flaws. And one answer for me lies perhaps, you know, not in politics, but in culture. And in a sport I'm not massively interested in, but have been following in recent years because of the national team that I really relate to, and I'm so proud of how diverse they are. I'm talking about the England football team, and it has been a big success, and it's embracing unity and diversity, solidarity and tradition and evolution, and we have Harry Kane and we have Marcus Rashford, and they're standing together and taking on those young men who wanted to take the knee. Was one culture war that this government could not win, and I think that is really saying something. And so as the England manager, Gareth Southgate, said in an open letter he wrote called Dear England, when those players were being condemned by Priti Patel and Boris Johnson for wanting to raise awareness of structural injustice and racism, he said, I feel this generation of England players is closer to the supporters than they have been for decades. Despite the polarization we see in society, these lads are on the same wavelength as you on many issues. But beyond the symbolism, we of course would need to look at what it is to create a deeper sense of identity. Can that be discovered? Is there a deeper Englishness within us? More to the point, is that something we want? Because the last point I want to focus on is this notion of multiplicity, pluralism, multiple identities. So Englishness for me doesn't embody that multiplicity. I was born and grew up in London, I live there. For me, that city does do that, but that's not England, and England isn't London. You know, it shouldn't be dominated by London. And so, in a way, Britishness has been a useful, broader idea that's been easier for me to get on board with, because to my sense, it suggests more of an outward-lookingness and a greatness through diversity. But even that idea of Britishness, Great Britishness, is an idea, not really a reality, because Call Britannia was a New Labour rebranding exercise. It didn't really go under the surface, and global Britain is no feasible solution to post-Brexit Britain on the world stage. And we're not really doing anything at all about trying to strengthen the United Kingdom and Britain and that sense of being something broader. So regardless of anything that we might talk about with regards to, Anthony's mentioned, you know, do we need to go back to England, be England and embrace England and then go back to the EU? And I guess in a way, regardless of that conversation, which is a valuable one and a big one to have, I think this conversation about what is Englishness, what would it be, how does it bring everyone along with it, with all the complexity of that, that's a conversation we need to have anyway. And what does it mean to be British? What's the relationship between being British and being English? And even more importantly, I think in this age of weaponization of identities and the blood of tribalism and the stoking of people's baser instincts with division, we need to speak about how we can encourage unity and understanding and multiplicity. You know, different aspects of ourselves that sit side by side. For we are all much more than we might think of ourselves, and we need to be expressing and living those bigger, deeper versions of ourselves in whatever way, collectively or personally, that may be. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I hope what I'm about to say runs on quite nicely from Hardeep's comments. I'm going to start with a little story. In 2021, Labour MP David Lammy was very cross about his census options. Mr. Lammy pointed out that in the census administered to England and Wales, there was no category for him, a man of black heritage, to describe himself as English. Welsh respondents from ethnic minority groups could express this specific national identity. They had the likes of Black Welsh and Asian Welsh to choose from, but while white people in England could claim that identity as white English, there was no such option for non-white groups. And this is what Mr. Lammy said at the time. Why can't I describe myself or my children as English on our census forms? Black British, yes. English, no. You can be white English, but you can't be black English. I remember thinking at the time, God, why would you want to be? But beyond an immediate, obvious ethnic exclusion there, I think both my sarcastic reaction and Mr. Lammy's observation tapped into a much wider, knottier problem. Because Mr. Lammy and I, despite our differing political views, are both children of empire, the British Empire. Our presence in England, the physical country, is a direct result of Britain, the imperial project. I'm a half-black Jamaican, white British mix with 2 Scottish surnames from each parent. Mr. Lammy is a black British man, or black English he'd rather be identified, the son of 2 Guyanese parents, which is a former British slave colony, and sent a lot of money to Liverpool and Glasgow. So what is our Englishness without Britishness? What is England the country without Britain the union and the ghost of empire that we refuse to exercise? And here's why I say that. The way I see it, the idea of England as a lone regional entity separate from Britain has been basically frozen in amber since about the 18th century, except for cultural occasions, which is maybe why weak cultural tropes about what people seem to fall back on when they think about England as a political body, as our national identity boil down to 2 world wars and 1 World Cup. And only the World Cup was really achieved as an English feat. So it's also instructive to me, for one time in my life, to look at the far-right English nationalists. How are they, these people, articulating this mythological country and concept that they are insistent on defending from some imaginary enemy? You know, they must have a really good idea of what it to them means to be English. And I think last week we got a great example. So a bevy of far-right descended on the cenotaph, a British war memorial dedicated to fallen soldiers in an imperial war. And what did these uber-nationalists have to say about England? How did they define England? They said, we were born here. Is that it? Is that all England is now? And of course, the far right are not reliable arbiters completely of English identity or what England the country is, but there isn't really an expression of England on the left, I don't think, and I should know, having been on it for all my life, because English nationalism is so associated with the right, whereas Britishness is the terrain to be fought and negotiated for when you consider the left. So I think England itself tied itself to the imperial project of Britain, that England, the country, is almost inextricable from it and will need to be recreated in a way that, say, Wales or Scotland, other members of this union, the Great Britain, will not. So Wales and Scotland have calcified these distinct political, cultural, and even legal identities and systems that can be separated from Great Britain, even while a back-and-forth relationship exists between the Union and the individual nation. Both nations obviously were eager participants in the project of British Empire, Scotland particularly, I'm living proof of that, but there were still live nationalist movements that, from both the left and the right, to hold onto a Wales and Scotland that existed beyond Britain, that wasn't captured solely by this hollow conception of a country existing, of a political identity existing, that boils down to just, well, I was born here and I live here. So that isn't to say that an English political identity doesn't exist. I think if we look at Brexit, and I think Richard will speak particularly to this, there is a clear association between identifying as English and a rejection of a wider international union. But for me, what I see is that English political identity seems restricted to a sense of grievance. That's what it means to be English at the moment. And a feeling of being left behind, which you hear capitalized on a lot by English politicians in Westminster. So Britishness, I think, means England hasn't really had to define or develop itself in a positive, progressive way. It stagnated financially and politically because it has profited from being Britain. And as other panelists have pointed out, we are very wedded in England to the idea of being British for reasons I hope I've covered. So I suppose for me, my question is less, can England recover from Great Britain? But how can the left, in particular, rediscover England or even resurrect it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. You will hear from my accent that I'm not English. All I can say is we Welsh have been watching the English for 1,000 years with some alarm, and so I hope I have something to contribute to the conversation. I should start by saying it's a huge honour to be part of this event to celebrate the contribution of Tom Nairn, a great mind, but also in my dealings with a modest and dignified man. Given how little time we have, I want to avoid digressions. However, given that this is primarily a Scottish and maybe an Anglo-British event, I just wanted to say that Tom wrote with great intelligence and sensitivity about Wales as well. He was also a very influential figure in Wales, and in particular, I'd like to salute his friendship with and impact on John Osmond, who's sitting in the front row here, one of the most, I think, the most important public intellectual in Wales for the last 30 or 40 years.
In thinking about what I was going to say, I was struck by the extent to which Tom's twilight years were overshadowed by two political developments which would have been hugely disappointing for him. The first is obviously the failure of the independence referendum in 2014, and the second then is the failure, as he and I would see it, of the Brexit referendum in 2016. I don't really want to talk a lot about those events per se, but I do want to stress in a slightly different way from the way that Alan Smith did in the previous session. I want to stress the extent to which those referendums were interlinked. I've written about this in a book with one of Tom's old students, Ailsa Henderson from Edinburgh, in a book called Englishness, which is available for sale in the back there, and that's got all the arguments and all the evidence, crucially. So if you want to kind of delve into this, all I'll say is that it was in the wake of Indie Ref that the Conservatives very deliberately and very successfully mobilised anti-Scottish sentiment in their 2015 general election campaign in England. And it was that success that allowed David Cameron to see off the threats of UKIP on one flank and Lib Dems in particular on the other. And it was the victory that ensured, that then led to Cameron feeling obliged to call the Brexit referendum, a pledge he almost certainly never thought he would have to fulfill. And we all now, we know what happened next, and we have to live with what happened next. Now, obviously, these events would have been hugely disappointing to Tom Nairn, but Nairn's thinking, his method, allows us to make sense of all of this. In terms of understanding how grievance about Scotland and Europe could turbocharge a populist English nationalism bent on restoring the tattered prestige of the British state, but also relatedly, we can understand how Brexitism has morphed into the crudeness and indeed vulgarity of muscular unionism in the periphery of the UK state after 2016. And another slight digression, it's also worth underlining, I think, the extent to which Tom Nairn's theorising about the relationships between national identities in these islands and about the ideas and values that align with national identities, all of this has been borne out in the public attitudes data that we've been collecting in the period since he was properly active in this field. In my own view, Tom Nairn also offers pointers as to what to look for next. It's plainly evident, I think, that English nationalism has overreached itself. In its rush to restore the archaic constitutional and parliamentary traditions, which Tom Nairn says these are the features of which English ideology is most proud, it's not occurred to them that again quoting Tom Nairn, the aged organs may not be able to take the strain. And we are seeing that, are we not, every day, that the aged organs of the UK state are just not able to cope with what they've unleashed. Neither can the myths and fantasies of our island race's history of buccaneering, sea-born capitalism. To write this book, I had to read Daniel Hannan. I feel my pain. That nonsense cannot counter the realities of Ukrainia's much diminished economic status, let alone offer solutions to the reality of uneven development and the massive, obscene inequalities we find across the UK state. It's also the case that the bombast and self-deception of the post-Brexit UK state, parliamentary sovereignty and all that, is now confronted by the reality of the existence of polities in Scotland and in Wales. Polities that cannot be eliminated, at least democratically. These institutions, we can run them down, but they represent real democratic advances compared to the time when the breakup of Britain was first published. Britain may not have broken up in the interim, But nationality politics, both in periphery but also in the core of the state, remains central to the state's interminable and I think probably terminal crisis. The problem, of course, and here I think we need to be brutally realistic, is that the progressive side of politics in England, with Caroline Lucas as an honourable exception, I thought that was the best speech I've ever heard on Englishness by an English politician earlier today. And I think I've read them all. With some very few honourable exceptions, the progressive side of politics in England is still not engaging in trying to develop an alternative vision or version of Englishness. Instead, at the leadership level, we see a thicket of Union Jacks. You will not see a senior UK level Labour politician without a union, at least one Union Jack, usually more behind them, reminding us perhaps that the phrase muscular unionism was first used to describe the approach of Scottish Labour. The alleged resource of hope, if I can quote Raymond Williams, the alleged resource of hope is the alleged popular enthusiasm for regional devolution in England, which far too many on the left seem to regard as a way of avoiding or bypassing nationality politics altogether. A self-deception, I'm afraid, that ignores the overwhelming survey evidence that regional devolution just isn't that popular. But also, in England, if you ask people in England to choose between an all-England solution and a regional solution in England, England wins every time, even among those people who don't feel English in England. So, finally, can England recover from Great Britain? Yes, of course it can. Those of us who are Welsh, those of us who are Scottish, know how much our stories about ourselves have changed over the last 30 or 40 years. It's extraordinary the kinds of transformation that can take place. But here, echoing what Alan has said, there are precious few signs that it's happening yet in England. And indeed, I think that displacement activity around English regionalism on the left just slows down the beginning of that process. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to just have a little bit of a discussion within the panel. That was a fantastic session. And I'd like to say this to what I would like to call my fellow English citizens, if I could. But this is the point where I appreciate the way in which both of you, in different ways, were beginning to look at the experience that you've had of being English and British, and with that, the background from immigration. And one of the things about Tom and Tom's work is that Tom Nairn wasn't a nationalist, but what he recognized talking, and it was Stephen Maxwell here that taught him this from a traditional Marxist position, was that you could not get round the question of nationality, that the national politics was, you couldn't leap over it, as he put, from being the individual to the internationalism, that you had to deal with this, what he called the modern Janus, that it both intrinsically was ambiguous, it always had this element of the reactionary, the past, but it was also the force that was needed to bring us towards a better future with other people. And in examining this process, he made we used an image which I found very helpful. He said that nationalism, the trees of nationalism always think that they have come from within, that they are their own cause, that they look back to their own origins. But in fact, he said, because nationalism has come about over the last 200-300 years, through the process, the uneven process of sometimes brutal capitalist development, nationality is intrinsic to the development of the world, and it's the forest that defines the trees. not the trees. It's the forest which is and he was a man of the forest. And so the question I want to put to you in a way is that it's unbearable for us, the English, Anglo-British, to think of our country as a prison of nations. We cannot be free if we are not allowing the Scots to choose their own future, or the Welsh, or the Northern Irish. So if we cannot be that, we have to embrace the possibility to encourage them to be free if that's what they wish. And in that encouragement, we will become English politically. That doesn't mean we aren't still British. I think Britishness will flourish. It will include the West Indies. It will include all of Ireland. When there's a very, very good video I would ask everybody to look at on the website from Fintan O'Toole, who's in America and couldn't come here. And he talks about the archipelago. That I am from the Irish part of the archipelago. And he talks about the importance of being part of the larger union of Europe and what that meant for Irish independence. And he has to use the term archipelago because he can't use Britishness, but actually he is part of a large British culture, which will, of course, flourish once the imperial state is no longer there trying to hold it to itself. So it's that sense of, don't you feel that it's not looking just for a better Englishness out there, but that there's a larger world in which we can freely be politically English if Wales and Scotland and Northern Ireland choose their independence. Northern Ireland would join Ireland. But it doesn't mean that we're confined to that. It doesn't mean we have a single identity anymore. We are in a world of multiple identities.
Yeah, I see. Is this on? Yeah. I think you're right, Anthony. I wouldn't argue that you, for example, are arguing for a world against multiple identities. I wouldn't say you're saying we need to be English and recognize that, and that's going to be a monolithic sense of who we are. I guess my question, for me, I'm conflicted. And so really my sort of speech was an exploration of conflicting thoughts and feelings within myself. What the solutions are to that, I don't know. But I guess it's how do we actually create a sense of plurality, a multiplicity of identities, and something bigger and all-embracing, which is also deep, in England, if we haven't been able to do that for many, many years. I guess you would argue we haven't been able to do that because of the union. But I don't see the link between those. I would like you to explain the link between those.
Here is London. It is clearly multiple identity. It is clear, but London, and here is the English football team, which, Guy Southgate has absolutely propagated as a multi-racial, open, pluralistic, as an anti-racist, and yet, no, they're not. So you're confining
I guess I'm asking you, in a way, it sounds stupid to say it, regardless of the union, why hasn't Englishness been able to cultivate an identity which is outward and multiple and plural?
We're just beginning.
But that's a question that isn't just about the union, in my view. Why aren't we already that?
Well, the forces, the enormous, maybe, Richard, you would like to answer that?
No, I'm listening to you.
Anthony, because of the forces of history that are.
Well, I think the answer is because why has England not cultivated that? Because Britain has stood in the way. The British state has no motivation to cultivate this identity, and then the left have, as I tried to get at, have sort of abdicated the responsibility because, as I said, the British has been the terrain in which they fought for this multiplicity, pluralist, whatever word you want to use, this diverse word. And I don't know if this was exactly what you were saying, but I want to stress, I'm not clinging on to being British. I would happily identify as English if there was an English me to identify as, if there was some sort of progressive English identity and tradition that I felt I could tap back into. But as I said, I think it has been frozen for so long because we focused so much in England as the nucleus of the empire, wrapped ourselves in Britain as this cloak. It's been this sticking plaster, and it's threadbare. It's, you know, the wound of England, the wound of Imperial Britain is now open to everyone, and to mix metaphors, that life raft is falling apart rapidly. So it was funny because I was having this discussion yesterday about the way, how I switched between British and English, and someone said to me, who was not English recently, they said, "Oh, but aren't you English though?" And I said, "Oh, culturally I'm English." And I've been thinking about it, and culturally I'm not English, because what is there for me to cling on to there? Like, what now are cultural markers of Englishness beyond, say, the football team, which is one of the lone times we represent being English on an international stage, or this like weak trope of fish and chips or whatever, which isn't even English, if you want to call it that. Again, Italian, fish and chips has its roots in many, many countries that concurrently, you know, I think it was also imperial. The empire was thanked for fish and chips. But I identify as British because I am a product of Britain. That doesn't mean in the future that I couldn't identify as English or that we shouldn't do that. I just think the left, for whatever reason, has vacated its role in the last X decades in defining an Englishness beyond. They've left that territory. They've left that territory to other people to talk about and discuss. And because of that, now no one wants to touch it. It's like this fetid swamp. I don't know if that was useful to Anthony at all.
Because what it's been associated with is the problematic element.
Yeah, I've got to say, when I first moved to
England and observed England for so
yes,
long.
yeah, I'm like an anthropologist among the English. When I first moved to England, I was very struck that it had a very strong, positive story to tell about itself, not least because of the way in which so many diverse populations had moved to England and had thrived and done well. It seemed to me in the late 1980s, when I lived in provincial England, as they called it in London, that England was one of the most open, diverse and tolerant societies in Europe. I couldn't understand why that wasn't seen. Look at this room. There's almost no diversity in it. And that's because Scotland has never been a magnet for immigration. Traditionally, Scotland's problem has not been too much immigration, but too little. Scotland's problem has been emigration. And I am Scotland's demographic nightmare because I had all my education here on the state, thank you very much. As soon as I started to earn money and pay taxes, I moved to London. And then I got older, and perhaps might start needing to call upon the coffers of the state. Here I am back living in Scotland again. So all my high-earning tax-paying years were spent in England, and all my, you know, expensive years for the state are going to be where I lived in my youth in Scotland and in my old age in Scotland. So that's traditionally been Scotland's problem compared to England. But here was this vibrant, diverse, tolerant, open society that I moved to, that was moving forward economically. It was embracing Margaret Thatcher's vision of the future, but it still had achievements that seemed to me to be specifically English rather than British, including the cultural and ethnic diversity and the tolerance and the openness, and not to mention, you know, the pre-British achievements of the English constitutional tradition, which were in the day revolutionary, rule of law, Magna Carta, you know, William Shakespeare, the English literary canon. All these things are pre-British English achievements. And I think England has a very positive story to tell about itself and can be, in a very progressive way, a bit of a shining light in the world. The trouble is, it's been hijacked. The English identity has been hijacked by a different kind of vision. And I observed this 35 years ago when I was first living in England and believed in it and came to love England and came to enjoy England for all the positive and progressive things that it seemed to represent to me.
Can I just, I was rereading Breakup of Britain on the train on the way up, and obviously it was published in '77, and what's striking is that so many of the things that Tom Nairn says characterize England and English identity and nationality politics remain unchanged. So he says one of the very characteristic things about being English is saying that you're not English, which is like, yes. Obviously, my accent ensures there's never any mistake about who I am. Also, regional differences within England are so large that nobody can ever talk about England. He says there's also, you find people saying Britishness is inherently more progressive than Englishness, Although obviously Nairn's answer to that is, you know, there are no black cats, there are no white cats, they're all spotted. He's always very clear that, you know, there's always a politics around progressiveness or its opposite. So, I mean, to go back to Caroline Lucas's point this morning, when Tom passed, there was very, very little attention paid south of the border. All of these things, which there was a little moment in the sun, maybe, but they've kind of fallen away and people need to relearn this stuff. And just a final thing on this. In terms of the research that we've done on attitudes in England, one of the most striking things that we found, I think is probably the most important finding in the Englishness book, is that if you feel English, you tend to have low efficacy. Efficacy is the term that political scientists use to describe a sense that somebody cares about your voice, that your voice matters. If you feel English living in England, you feel very strongly that nobody cares about you, your voice doesn't matter. But the problem that we still have, and that the progressive left, I think, still has, is that solution to that at the moment is still what Anthony called the lure of greatness. Okay? To deal with that lack of efficacy, we've got to turn back the clock to the kind of archaic British state that Tom described so well. And I'm afraid that the progressive left south of the border, or east of the border in my world, hasn't really moved on at all, really, since the mid-70s.
Can I just have one quick observation about regional diversity within England? I heard a great story on the radio a few months ago about a survey in which English people were asked to identify England's second city. And people in Birmingham said Birmingham, people in Manchester said Manchester, and people in Liverpool said London.
Well, we've got about 20 or 30 minutes, so let's take should we take some questions or points from the floor? And as I think Adam set a very good example, we're trying to get at least a balance, a gender balance. I see that John Osman would like to ask something, which is fine. Right. Can we start with John, down front?
It's not so much a question, but a point I'd like to make, and I wonder if the panel would like to comment on it. One of the things that's not really been raised in all of this, and which Tom said a lot about, was the monarchy and the royal family, and all. He wrote a whole book about it, of course. And it links in my mind to the whole concept of citizenship, which is what identity, for a lot of people, is associated with, especially here in Scotland, to my mind. I've always felt as a Welsh person that Scots, in contrast to us, feel primarily Scottish in relationship to their sense of being citizens of Scotland, which an idea in Wales has always been fairly kind of odd, you know, being a citizen of Wales. I think young people in Wales now do feel that because we created institutions, we never had them. But in Scotland, you hang on to your institutions and you felt Scottish in relation to them. But coming to the English, of course, the concept of English citizenship doesn't really work. It doesn't really work for any of us, really, in Britain, because we're not citizens, we're subjects under the crown, aren't we? So there are no citizens in that sense. So how does identity then work? If you can't be a citizen of your country, you're a subject, how are you to relate to your country? And it seems to me that is the fundamental problem for the English. Somehow in Wales and Scotland, we've got over it because we've developed our own institutions and we can be citizens of our own country, despite the fact we don't yet have full sovereignty in terms of independence. But we still are citizens, even though they've taken that away from us to some extent through Brexit. But nonetheless, So that is, it seems to me, I won't go on much more, but that's a fundamental question, which how do the English express their identity when they're not citizens? And by the way, they want to hang on to the monarchy like hell.
That's such a strong, clear question. I think we should respond immediately. Would you like to? No? Hardly.
I'll say something about the monarchy. It's interesting because while there is a tin ear in Westminster, Whitehall, and in large parts of the media landscape in London for the nature of the United Kingdom as a union state rather than a unitary state, the one national UK-wide institution that seems to understand what it is, paradoxically, is the least democratic institution of all, which is the royal household. The first thing the new king did when the Queen died last year was go on a tour of London, Edinburgh, Belfast and Cardiff, and I reported on that, and I said that the new king will be aware that his mother's reign was characterized by the long, slow contraction of British imperial power around the world. The new king will be acutely aware that his own reign might well come to be characterized by the continuation of that process here at home and the dissolution of the United Kingdom. Well, I said that in a piece to camera on the Royal Mile as the royal family were marching up behind the coffin. And, but it seemed to me absolutely obvious that that's what King Charles was signaling, that he's going to put the future of the Union at the heart of his reign. And the royal household sort of gets it in a way that Westminster and Whitehall don't. And of course, certain newspapers picked up on this and had a go at me, and columnists attacked me and rang unionist politicians to denounce me. But it seemed to me absolutely obvious that that's what the royal household were doing. They were saying, this is a union of four nations, and we better start showing that we understand that. Otherwise, it's in... so the great paradox is that the democratic institutions, or the institutions that are meant to be accountable to the democratic, accountable in some way to the people, just don't get it. Kieran Martin, who was at the heart of that government machine in 2014, has written since. But the royal family, paradoxically, they seem to have a feel for it in a way that the other institutions in London simply don't, which is bizarre and weird, but it's evident.
Can I just come in, Anthony? I mean, I guess what I was trying to get at before was there are impediments that have existed in terms of this development of an Englishness or an English identity, which for me sort of go beyond just the union. So if we look at the monarchy, for example, I mean, it's really interesting that we have an institution that sits at the heart of our constitutional settlement. Our head of state is a monarch. And what is it that institution represents? It represents an imperial Britain in many ways, which we still don't want to confront. And the royal family itself, I still don't think in any real meaningful way wants to look at its history, wants to look at the country's history and how that's caught up in monarchy. And so I feel, for example, that is an impediment to developing at the moment a sense of Englishness that sort of almost transcends the union, which is also relevant, because how can we say, I mean, it's a big elephant in the room. We have a royal family which represents inequality, inherited power, imperial power that sits at the heart of England and the other nations, and yet we never really talk about it. They certainly, the members of it, don't want to talk about our past in any rounded way, and that is a big block as well.
Yeah. Do you feel the monarchy is coming between you and your country?
I don't have anything particularly insightful to add, except obviously England as a country cannot progress or even create a constitutional settlement that recognises people as citizens while the monarchy still exists. The monarchy is Britain. The monarchy would have to be abolished in order for England to thrive. I'm a Republican. Well, what I think is particularly interesting is that any sort of consensus among political thinkers that may have existed as recent as 2004, say, in terms of the Republican movement, has now been eroded by the culture wars that are ripping England particularly apart. So you look at, I think, the letter that was signed in 2004, which is why I cite that as a year, by various people who were across the political spectrum, organised by Republic, the Republican organisation. And you would never in a million years have people, I can't remember exactly names, but it was people that names you recognise, and you would never in a million years have some of these names on that letter in the same space now, simply because the monarchy has been centred by politicians in particular as a key part of English culture wars. It's been centred by the right, the Conservative Party, which has lurched even further, Frankenstein's monster-like, to the right, a Labour, English Labour, which has also followed it, and they have now centred it as part of, the great British values. We have to hold on to the monarchy at any cost. Doesn't matter what the younger generations who are meant to inherit the country think, be damned. The monarchy is at the heart of this. So, yeah, for England to flourish, then we would need to get rid of the monarchy full stop. But that isn't going to happen with our current political class. And that's another point as well, that England, this is obvious, but England doesn't have a regional government the way that every other nation has a regional government. We just have Westminster. Like, that's it, which I think is another block to these even addressing these questions in the first place. There's a consensus agreed by politicians in Westminster that yes, of course we have to keep the monarchy, and on the ground there's no great swell against it, but there's not even that being brought up, and we're not fighting the terrain in the same way we might have been fighting it 20 years ago, because it seems even more settled that the monarchy is a question we're not going to be able to budge anyone on, which is very demoralizing for me.
This is slightly left field, perhaps, and we're talking about England in the context of Brexit, but I think we should also talk about England in the context of devolution, because one of the things, and I don't mean regional devolution within England, which I've expressed my slightly sour views on already, but in terms of what does establishing devolution in Scotland and Wales and Northern Ireland do. It makes England emerge by default, okay? And this has been going on, and we have a British level which is still in denial about this. We saw that most obviously during COVID, when ministers in the UK government just couldn't say England when they were talking about England, and they can't stand the diminished status. And we have a debate in Wales at the moment about evolving justice system. We've got the highest imprisonment rates in Western Europe in Wales. I bet you didn't know that. We're part of an England and Wales justice system that works extremely badly in Wales. And we're talking about evolving it, and the Welsh Labour government is in favour. The Labour Party more generally is very sceptical, and it's the usual thing about Welsh devolution. But when we get there, it will mean that England has its own justice system for the first time since the 15th century. So what we're doing around the periphery of the state, and I think the people in England are very slow to confront this, is we're creating an English polity by our own actions. I'm not sure that people have caught up with that yet.
I'm going to take one more set of questions, but I just want to add to this point. The Labour Party has just issued new party member cards, and Labour Party members, I think if Rory is in the room, he can confirm this, have the Scottish flag on their card, and the Welsh members have the Welsh flag, and English members have the Union Jack. So this confirms the absence of English institutions. I was going to insist on another for gender parity, but Neal Ascherson has... Really? Waving, okay. The lady who's waving there, and then Neil, those two, very quickly, please.
So you're talking about the diminishment of Englishness. Caroline Lucas made a really interesting point earlier on when she talked about how in England, if the English flag went up over a church, this was fine, but if it was hanging outside of a council estate window, then that had a completely different meaning. So do you think that the concept of Englishness has been reduced by the extreme right, and what do you think that progressive English people should do about that?
Thank you. Fine. And a very quick question from Neal Ascherson down here. In the front.
Front row.
Yeah, just one remark about Mikey. It matters a lot less whether we have a monarch or not than the fact that Britain is an absolutely monarchical structure in which power flows from the top to the bottom, and that is completely un-European, anti-Republican, and reactionary. You know, you can live with a bicyclist king, you know, like a kind of wee Tory on top of the national hat. But what you can't live with is an archaic constitution, or apology for a non-constitution, in which power flows from the top to the bottom, and you know, you can judge it by the exceptions, like the Freedom of Information Act, which is a marvelous act, not least because the onus is on government to prove that there's some good reason not to disclose. And basically, the citizen or subject, quite right, has the right to information from the government, and it's up to the government to establish that there is a reason why you can't have that information. Otherwise, you're looking at an extraordinarily archaic top-down structure, and it is monarchical, and that's partly why nobody knows what the law of state is, or who really has the final choice in giving orders in Britain, and this came out in the debates after Brexit.
Thank you, Neal. Just as an anecdote about this, that the Brexit cabinet, run by Michael Gove, created a secret unit to combat the Freedom of Information Act, which was exposed by Peter Gagan and openDemocracy, and has since, because of the exposure by openDemocracy, has been abolished, you'll be glad to know. So there's a contest around this. I'm afraid we're nearly out of time. I'm going to want to go around. I'm very sorry. I know there's a great panel and lots of people want to ask questions, but we're out of time. So I'm going to go across the panel in reverse order, starting with Richard, just to answer the very simple question that the lady at the back had asked.
Yeah.
So there are two forms of Union Jack, and how do we
forms of English flag.
Fly the progressive one?
Yeah. So I think the panel's given has helped me answer this, because there has been a tendency on the progressive side in English politics in particular to associate the English flag with the reactionary stuff. The British flag is somehow more positive. We've just been reminded very helpfully that the BNP fly the British flag. Mosley flew the British flag. You know, this goes back to my Nairn point. There are no black or white cats. They're all spotted. There are dangerous things in Scottish nationalism. There are dangerous things in Welsh nationalism. You don't get a free pass because you're small. Sorry, you know, we need to be vigilant about this stuff. But by the same token, Englishness is not inherently reactionary. There are some great progressive stories that you could attach to English if you wanted to. The issue is that nobody, bar a very few outliers, actually wants to do that.
I don't have an answer for you about how we're going to remove the attachment of Englishness from this sort of far-right nationalist sentiment. But I do think if it's going to come from anywhere, it's going to come from the resurgence of the Labour movement in England at the moment, which, as a young person, has been very fascinating to watch. So if there is we're going to, create a new narrative around what Englishness can be that is attractive to younger generations. We're going to have to look at what younger generations, in particular, on the left, are actually interested in, which, from my perspective, is the Labour movement, is building this sort of class consciousness across workers again. So I think if anywhere there's going to be a positive idea of Englishness and an England in opposition to Britain created and a political movement that's actually organised, it's going to have to meld itself with that resurgence of the Labour movement.
Yeah, I want to echo what my fellow panelists have said. I think it's about, for me, it's because a conversation about what is Englishness, how do we explore it, isn't really being had. So I mentioned in my talk about Paul Britannia, this notion, so that this was Labour completely embracing this notion of Great Britain, and they gave called Britannia, which was very, very surface level. You know, it was sweeping all the difficult questions under the carpet effectively, and it in the end, pave the way in the years ahead to the Brexit revolution, if you like. But there was a sense that there needed to be conversation about the identity of the nation, about what we are. That isn't happening, as Moya says. And I think we do need politicians on the left, in particular, for example, to have an honest conversation about it. They are very scared of doing that. There's a much wider conversation about why that is. The culture wars being waged not just by politicians, but by extremely influential tabloid newspapers and media outlets like GB News coming in and supporting those people. So they're up, and this is the water we all swim in. And so the Labour Party is going to swim in those same toxified waters. But despite all of that, it still needs to find a way, I think, to start having a conversation about this. Because I guess just finally come back to what I was trying to get at, Anthony, was how do we get this Englishness? Where does it come from? How do we actually do it? And if the politicians themselves are not even talking about it when they have an elected platform to do so, then I think it's a really challenging road ahead.
And it's challenging because of not just lack of understanding, I think, about the nature of the UK, but also lack of interest in it. During the pandemic, just very briefly, during the pandemic, I turned the radio news on, news coming from London, and it announced that there were 5 cases of the new Omicron strain of the coronavirus, 2 in Scotland and 3 in South Gloucestershire. And I rang, it's my organisation, I rang, I said, you cannot equate, what it sounds like is, up there, somewhere called Scotland, it doesn't really matter precisely where. When it's close to us, Gloucestershire is not good enough, it has to be South Gloucestershire. And I think that is a lack of awareness of the nature of the state, but I'm very interested in Richard's point, that the Northern Irish, the Welsh and the Scots are creating by default institutions of English statehood. I think that is you know, the opposite of the empire striking back. That is a very, very profound and important point, I think, that the institutions of English statehood are taking shape as a result of the devolution settlement. And what we've seen in the 25 years since the Scottish Parliament was created is the gradual building up of the institutions of Scottish statehood. And I think that's an unfinished enterprise. That is an unfinished task. And I think that will eventually change the game. And certainly on this island, 3 nations are very clearly, it seems to me, emerging with institutions of their own.
Thank you all. Can we thank our panel very, very much?
yeah, that it needed to
The
be
point
said,
is that, you know, this is, yeah, right. But,
I think I will start because otherwise we run out of time. Yeah. Hello, hello. Welcome to the final session of the day. I hope you have a nice day so far. My name is Andrea Pisauro. I am a researcher in psychology, and the reason why I'm here today is that I am also the co-director of Europe for Scotland. And Europe for Scotland is a pan-European initiative which brings together citizens from across Europe who want to express solidarity to Scotland post-Brexit. And we would really, really like to welcome Scotland back in the EU. And our long-term goal is for European politicians to echo this sentiment. And a bit about that we'll talk about later. So the title of our session, that's the final session of the conference, is Can Europe be complete without Scotland? And of course it shares a question mark with the title of the conference. And Tom Nairn famously didn't want a question mark after the title of his book, and he fought against it. And probably would have fought against the question mark at the end of the title of this session too. And we have an amazing panel that I'm going to present in a moment. I will also have an exciting announcement later at the end of the session. Our session covers Europe, and of course a major point of discussion at the moment is the upcoming EU enlargement, and how to make sure that Scotland's aspiration to rejoin as an independent country is taken seriously in Brussels. And of course it's worth discussing what Scotland can bring to the European project, but also how Scotland's independence would transform the political situation in the rest of the British nations, and what implications that has for Europe. And crucially, from a European perspective, what Scotland rejoining would mean for Europe, and how welcoming one of the most ancient European nations would change Europe. Now, as I am Italian, I would also like to mention how important was for Tom Nairn his years in Italy. He came to Pisa in the mid-50s when he was only in his 20s to study aesthetics at the Scuola Normale Superiore. And Pisa was really his formative intellectual experience. He shaped his worldview. And not just because he came to appreciate the Italian lifestyle, but also because he could enjoy the vibrant cultural and political life of a very progressive city, such as Pisa. There, he ended up reading Gramsci, of course, the communist leader and intellectual who died in a fascist prison 20 years before. And of course, Gramsci wrote a huge deal about a lot of topics, about fascism, about society, about culture. But what was really important for Nairn was understanding in Gramscian terms how nations came about, and how international connections are crucial to their development. And of course, if Nairn had read Gramsci in Scotland, he could have missed the internationalist element. If he went to Pisa but didn't read Gramsci, he would have missed to understand how nations came about. So as an Italian, I feel proud of how this intellectual heritage of the Italian left influenced this great Scottish and European intellectual. And I think that Scotland benefits from both these angles, and the conference really reflected on this. And on this, I would like to introduce our first panelist, who is Neal Ascherson. And of course, Neal has had a legendary career in journalism spanning several decades. He's also one of the leading experts on Eastern and Central Europe history. He wrote several books about the history of Poland and Ukraine. And very importantly, he was also a good friend of Tom. And so my question to you, Neal, is how much of an impact had Neal's argument against a part of the left milieu that was surrounding him about developing independence within the European forest, to borrow a term that Anthony mentioned before. And how do we realize the vision from where we are, both from a Scottish and a European point of view? Over to you.
Well, what a conference this has been. I'd like, first of all, to thank and congratulate the organizers for this extraordinary job. The second thing is that the quality of what I've heard so far today has been really outstanding and important, and original thinking, forward-looking, you know. It may look as if politics, particularly in Scotland, are in a jam. Nevertheless, listening to all this and thinking and watching more closely, you see that the tide is still moving. Now, so let me ask you, it's a curious request. Remember what's been said, not so much by me, of course, but by the speakers all the rest of the day, which have been remarkable. Don't let it go. A lot of wisdom has been transmitted, I think. Anyway, I want to start with a few remarks which are not strictly about Europe, but about the situation. Now, as I say, there is a jam, a problem at the moment in Scottish politics. The project of Scottish independence and all the rest of that had a problem with its instrument. In other words, the SNP has problems. They're not nearly as grave as they've been suggested, but nonetheless they're there. And the thing is that to say that the persistence of support for independence, which has revealed itself to be independent, as it were, of the popularity of the SNP, the main instrument, is remarkable and interesting. Underlying this is, of course, this large penumbra of people in Scotland who in a way think of themselves as unionists, but in whom a kind of tiny spark goes on when they think, suppose my country was independent, you know, and they then say, well, what a ridiculous idea, you know, absurd, of course we can't do that, outrageous, disloyal, ruinous, and so on. But that spark is there, and the big prize, of course, is somebody who can get at it and turn it up. And that, I suppose, will happen. Don't be deceived by the great priority argument, which is that when you ask people what their priorities are in politics, you know, independence probably comes about 6th or 7th. This is because independence is in a different area of reflection. It doesn't come with the same list of, you know, better health service, better prices, better pay, all the rest of it, better pensions. It's in a different category. So really, it's not comparing like with like, I've always felt a mistake. But the dynamic is there, and it's coming from the decay of the United Kingdom and the United Kingdom relationships. So it is going to happen. And my own feeling after watching this process, you know, coming, stopping, going on again, stopping, dipping, rising again, is this: for heaven's sake, let's get it done. And let's get it done, not just for the sake of Scotland, but for the sake of everybody else involved, certainly in the United Kingdom, so-called, but also in what Finch and O'Toole calls the archipelago, which includes the Republic of Ireland. The funny thing is that the thing which has really begun to split the Union and really damage it is democracy. Democracy, of course, is not just a constructive force which builds up and liberates and all the rest of it. It can destroy as well. And of course, it undermined the Union. How is it done so? Because the moment that the good old Union, which really was this kind of almost casual arrangement, with no particular democratic component in it at all, except for a minority of Scottish MPs at Westminster. Devolution quite suddenly changed the whole terms of trade, or put it another way, it switched on the lights, and suddenly we saw, oh my God, sitting in the corner, this enormous elephant, which was called population imbalance. And at that point, everything changes, because when you have a series of democracies, one enormous one, 85% of the population to which it's responsible, and then the three others, you realize that the Union clearly is not going to go on as before, and that the biggest one will be responsible to its own population, and that this is going to at once begin to influence the course of politics in the United Kingdom and how it works. And so it has turned out. Brexit, of course, the outnumbering involved in the vote on Brexit, what happened to the Scottish preference, is well known, and it's an example. So that's democracy. It's ruled by a majority, which is what democracy is largely about, the priority of numbers, if you like, and it is washing out the foundations of the Union. Now, what had happened, as some scholars like Kieran Martin have said, is that it brought about a change. It's not the Union no longer a relationship of partners, but a relationship of, well, law. It is a law. This is what happens. It is not partners working together creatively anymore. And we have seen many examples of this, above all by the attempt to regather powers which were shared with the European Union, now gathered to London rather than returned to Edinburgh or to Cardiff. So it is obvious now that an independent Scotland must get into the European Union, must belong. It's easy to say that Scotland is a European nation. It is, of course, but it's not a European nation like all the others. It's easy to say, oh, we're just a wee nation like Denmark or Norway or something. That's not really true. And Tom himself pointed out, he said, the thing is that in the 19th century, when so much of Europe already fostering its own cultures and its own ways, and restive under empires, rebelled and began to take up the idea of national independence. At that moment, Scotland, which had, on paper in many ways, exactly the preconditions for such a movement, the 1848 Springtime of Nations, nothing happened. There are good reasons for that, but this isn't the place really to go into them. It'd take too long. So what I want to say is that, well, Scotland, you see, an independent Scotland, or Scotland now, has two intimate relationships. Of course, it's Europe, the European Union, and the wider Europe, that's one. But the other, inescapably, is England. We cannot leave England out of it. It would be absurd. The intimacy of relationships, personal, commercial, of course, thought, custom, habitus, everything, you know, TV, whatever it may be, are absolutely intimate. And they have to be respected up to a point, as far as possible. And that is why, when, as I hope, Scotland, an independent Scotland, finally does get into the European Union, one of its first tasks, and a very special one, is to work and work to help prepare England, or the rest of the UK, the residue UK, the relic UK, to get back into, first of all, a fruitful relationship, the European Union, and then into full membership, if possible. That has got to be a prime task. Of course, it's quite a long work. Kirsty Hughes, who just fought so valiantly to try and get people to understand more about the European Union, has written that Europeans are more aware of Scotland as presentable, just as their dislike of Britain grows. And that's, I'm afraid, true. There is a certain Westminster delusion that Brussels is simply agonizing and desperate for Britain to reapply, to join. That is not the situation. I mean, of course, it's not the situation in Britain, but it's certainly not the situation in Brussels either. They are fed up with Britain as a difficult and deceiving partner. However, that has to be overcome for Scotland to prosper in or out of the EU. But in the EU, Scotland will be able to do something towards mending that relationship, and it's crucial. So, of course, now there's an immense historical connection between Scotland and Europe. Outgoing connections, well, there's the long medieval connection with Scandinavia, the Scottish merchants, Scottish soldiers. Poland, very special connection because of the still rather little known in Scotland colonies on the Vistula, along with thousands of Scots and their families who settled on the Vistula, took part in the grain trade, something which only really ended in the 16th century. And then there was a second migration too. And here, by the way, I would like to just pay tribute to somebody who died a few months ago. And that was a wonderful woman called Mona Kedsley MacLeod. And Mona MacLeod came from a family called the Garveys, and the Garveys and the Kedsleys were from another Scottish migration into Poland, who brought with them, they were invited for their skill in the new agricultural equipment, particularly after the 1830 Rising, and to build up and modernize Polish agriculture on the big noble estates. And they stayed, and they sort of polonized, and although I think none of the Scots actually fought in the first insurrection to regain Polish independence in 1830. Some of them definitely fought in the 1863, the January Rising against the Russians. And they stayed there, those families, gradually, always remaining Church of Scotland, but nonetheless beginning to marry and beginning to, they spoke more Polish than they spoke English or Scots. but eventually they came home in 1916 because the Russian government ordered all foreigners in the empire to acquire Russian passports, and that was too much, and the Scots then emigrated to Dundee and Aberdeen, places they came from. So there's that. And then there's, of course, the ancient relationship with France, with so many Scots taking refuge in France, so many Scots taking refuge in the Netherlands. And then there's income from Europe into Scotland, which has been so important, starting perhaps with the Normans arriving, the Norman warlords, then followed swiftly by the Flemings with their brilliance at crafts and imports. It's said, I don't know how truly, that actually the Flemings brought onions for the first time to Scotland, up to then unknown. And then, well, I can think of so many, and then the 19th century Italians, who many people feel made Scotland a habitable country. Yeah, where else, what were you supposed to do if you wanted to take your girl out in the evening? Because you couldn't go to one of these hellish bars, you know. What were you supposed to do? And suddenly there were an ice cream parlor, you know. Wonderful. So everything changed. And then they have at least two Polish influxes. One of the soldiers in the Second World War from 1940 onwards, and a demobilized mass who stayed here and made their lives here. And then the second one, a more joyous one really, following 2004, when Poland, now newly in the EU, disgorged a stream, a torrent of young Poles, many of whom came to Scotland and who filled so many needs, particularly the small business, craft, service businesses. Wonderful. What a shot in the arm that was. And now, of course, alas, they've largely gone, thanks to Brexit. And then after that came, in the later 20th century, two Scottish initiatives at importing from Europe culturally, which were of huge importance. The first was the visit to Germany by Sandy Moffat and John Bellamy, painters, and they brought back German Expressionism, which exploded like a bomb in the Glasgow School of Art and created a whole new school, you know, the new Glasgow boys, or whatever you like to call them. It was huge. What a shot in the arm. Those two saw that Expressionism was exactly what Scotland wanted and felt for, and they were right, and it really worked. And another one, of course, was the Edinburgh Film Festival and Linda Miles's expedition, particularly to Central Europe, Poland, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, to discover, you know, the new European cinema and to suddenly make Edinburgh the center of experimental, advanced, and exciting thinking about film. So that sometimes I remember going into a cafe in Budapest in Cold War times and saying, somebody said, "You're from," I said, "I'm from Edinburgh," you know, and all these bearded intellectuals looked up from their wee cups of black coffee and they said, "Edinburgh, Edinburgh." And for them, Edinburgh didn't mean a city in Scotland so much, it meant a culture, an adventure into film studies and new ideas of representation. So that kind of thing, this deliberate going out, finding in Europe inspiration, a huge cultural shot in the arm, that went on, and I hope it will continue in some way. Now, of course, as Tom said, Scotland is also a very untypical European nation because of the absence of that nationalist uprising in 1848. But I think really that his explanation has something to do with it. He said, it is partly because of the loss of a coherent national class of intellectuals, which gradually dissipated as the old Scottish Enlightenment of the later 18th century began to fade. And the lack of that class gradually began to interfere with the current of ideas from Europe and to Europe, which had existed, you know, like David Hume, you know, frolicking in the intellectual salons of Paris. That sort of thing really came to an end. So I think I want to end by saying Scotland must return to the European Union. It may be more difficult than we think. It will happen, nonetheless. And it's because, in a sense, sharing sovereignty in the EU is the only way of guaranteeing the essential sovereignty of Scottish independence. And, you know, Scotland will then find its place where it belongs in Europe. You know, there are 27 members, of whom almost half have populations of under 7 million. And let me say one last thing. A lot of people talk about, let's have a confederation of the British archipelago or of the UK, you know, of all these countries getting together, the nations, and forming a link. And what one has to say about that is get back to that problem of numbers, because the problem of numbers, and this is what Tom wrote about, the idea of confederations, and he was quite acid, as he certainly could be on paper. He said, any fool can think up a plausible kind of confederal scheme for the British, Irish, whatever it is, crowned or not by the monarchy, but as long as England remains what it has inevitably been, namely 4/5 of the population, there's no possibility of that. In other words, to reconstruct Scotland's intimate and warm relationship with England, Scotland has to not only get into the EU, but get the rest of the UK, specifically England, back into the EU as well. And then you can form a relationship in which population differences matter far less, and it can be cultural, manageable, and part of a brilliant and hopeful future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neal, for this beautiful speech, and thank you also for reminding the importance of Italian culture in Scotland. I can tell you that the best pizza in the UK is obviously in Glasgow. And now I want to turn to a different chapter of Tom Nairn's life, that after going to Italy, went to France to study. And in fact, here the next speaker did the opposite journey. And I want to introduce Assa Samakey-Roman by saying not only that she did Erasmus, she will tell us, in Scotland, but also that, of course, there is this very strong historical connection between Scotland and France that Neal was reminding us about, that also is present in our campaign, because we have a very enthusiastic group of French activists that campaign very hard for Scotland to return to the EU, and so I want to pay tribute to them too. And now to you, Assa, that you are a columnist at The National. You are also an editor of the review Écossais, and you can tell us a bit about that project too. And you write extensively about Brexit, and so thank you. And
hello, everyone. Bonsoir à toutes et à tous. It's a panel about Europe
and Scotland's Space Europe, so I think it's only right to say a few words in a European language as well. So thank you so much for having me tonight. It's been such a great day. It's just been so stimulating. I think we'll need a few days maybe to digest everything and really take the good substance of what was said today and take it forward with me. So basically, I'm 100% a product of Europe. It was always part of my life, even without me knowing it. So for example, when I visit my mom in central France, and I go see her in our childhood home in Issoudun, I see my kindergarten pictures with EU flags in the frame and a 3-year-old me with an awkward smile. And today I'm here because of the Erasmus program. So I was a student at the University of Edinburgh in 2010. I arrived here, I knew about Scotland a little bit, knew about monsters at the bottom of rocks, I knew about, tartan and haggis and all these things. I didn't really know about Scotland, and it was really a discovery for me, a discovery of a country, a history, a culture, politics, something quite different. It was also a discovery for me because I discovered my passion for journalism, and this is really the year where I really become an adult, where I really question my identity, where I really ask questions and discuss my Frenchness with other people. And I also realized that I was a European citizen at that point. So Erasmus, it's not just about studying, I'm sure you all know. It's also about making lifelong friends, maybe meeting the love of your life, figuring out who you really are. And those moments where we transition into adulthood, the personal growth, for me, it's the real deal. And the best part, sometimes you hear some Brexiteers saying, when we talk about free movement, we talk about Erasmus. It's just for the posh kids, basically, who want to have a nice time abroad. But it's not. Erasmus made me who I am today. I come from a working class town in the center of France. There was no way that my parents would have been able to afford tuition fees in this country. So Erasmus for me is a program that is breaking down social barriers in a very natural way. So now when we talk about Brexit, for me, it's a heartbreaking waste of talent, of passion, enthusiasm for experiencing alterity. The doors that were once open for countless opportunities for collaboration and cultural exchange have been slammed shut. So tossing away something precious, something special, for me is really, really unfortunate. So the European Union, for me, it's obviously about the economy, it's about trade, the treaties, etc. But call me a romantic, I think it's also about the people and the influence it has on actual lives. So when we ask if Europe can be complete without Scotland, for me it's more than numbers and statistics and geography. We're talking about shared ideals and values that bring us together. And we've got to acknowledge the power of attraction of the EU. I think it's in its DNA. It's been in the DNA of the EU since the very beginning. It's always had this force to attract other countries. And it's been drawing us together, not just for economic reasons, but for shared ideals and values that transcend borders. And for me, divorcing Scotland's destiny from Europe is just impossible. European leaders echo this sentiment as well. When he was a presidential candidate, Emmanuel Macron in 2016 declared "Vive l'Écosse libre et européenne, long live European Scotland." Other figures in French politics emphasize that it would be a mistake to close the door to Scotland, recognizing that EU enlargement is welcoming countries into a community, enriching the collective identity. Enlargement is about the countries joining as much as the community itself. And certainly from a French point of view, it wouldn't make any sense at all. The General de Gaulle, Charles de Gaulle, came here in this city in the 1940s to say that the friendship between France and Scotland was probably the oldest friendship in the whole of the world's history. So for a lot of French people, it would just completely make sense to welcome Scotland back in the EU, especially if the country wants it. So I'm really looking forward to our conversation today with all the panelists to reflect about the interconnectedness of our stories, the potential in unity, and the tragedy of missed opportunities that has materialized with Brexit. Can Europe truly be complete without Scotland? I think this is something we need to explore with an open heart, and we need to recognize that the answers may lie in our shared commitment to a diverse, collaborative, and ever-evolving European community. In the words of the great late François Mitterrand, who was French president from 1981 to 1995, he said, "France is our motherland, Europe is our future." So maybe there's some inspiration for Scotland here. Thank you.
I now want to turn to the next speaker, who is Joanna Kopacik, who is a professor of Scots and English philology at the University of Glasgow. She is originally from Poland, and she has also made seminal contribution to understand Scottish linguistic history. And I would like to hear your point of view, also in relation to what's happening in Poland. There was a very important election recently.
Good evening, everyone. It's amazing to be here. I've been listening to all the talks and learning so much from everyone and feel really inspired to participate in this event. But I have to admit, I was a little bit puzzled when I was first invited to speak at this panel because I'm not a political scientist, I'm not a politician, I'm not a famous columnist. I'm a European citizen, yes, and I'm a Polish lassie. Any other Polish people in the room today? Yes? Well, if not, then I'm happy to represent. So yes, I'm a Polish lassie who has made Scotland her home. And thank you. And I have also made the Scots language my career. And yes, just to get things straight from the beginning, I did say the Scots language. Everybody is making a little plug today, so here is mine. So Scots is not a slang version of English, or a working class dialect, or parliamo gleska. And of course, you can pursue a career in Scots, or with Scots in focus, and I hope this is going to be less of a curiosity as new generations of confident Scots learn more about their cultural heritage. I'm a historical linguist, and I'm very proud to be able to teach Scottish and international students about the history of Scots at one of the ancient Scottish universities and be part of a grassroots movement for the official recognition of Scots as a minority language in Scotland. So watch the space, by the way. The Scottish Languages Bill, which the SNP put in their political manifesto, is now being drafted and will include the first official legal recognition of Scots. But I've been invited here to talk about whether Europe can be complete without Scotland and whether Europeans care about Scotland. In fairness, I represent the largest immigrant section of the Scottish population, and in fact the UK population, although the number of Polish people in the UK has gone down after Brexit, as Neal has already pointed out. And we might come back to this issue later in the discussion. So yes, it's great to be given a voice at this impressive event. And because we're sharing stories today, I hope you can indulge me, and I would like to share two very contradictory stories with you today, because one is about a complete lack of awareness of Scotland, and the other one is about how embedded Scotland is in the fabric of Europe and its culture. So the first one is about my aunt being really proud of me when I got a job as a researcher at the University of Edinburgh in 2014, that fateful year. She would tell everybody, oh yes, Joanna is moving to England to pick up an academic post. How are things in England? She would ask me when I came home to visit. So this lack of awareness that there was more to the British Isles than England used to be a frequent scenario. And people in Europe, certainly where I come from, didn't get news about Scotland and that's a nod to James Robertson reading later on. Scotland wasn't an obvious point of reference when one talked about an English-speaking country. People knew about whiskey and maybe Robert Burns. Some of them watched Braveheart, like myself, at an impressionable age. Maybe that's the reason why I ended up here. I don't know, don't laugh. But Great Britain was presented to people like my aunt as a homogeneous country where everybody spoke English with the BBC accent, shopped at Harrods, and went for a stroll in the Hyde Park. So these were the topics in handbooks teaching English as a foreign language. That was the gateway into the English-speaking culture. The Union Jack, the London cab, as well as a tartan tin of shortbread were rolled into one. However, things changed after 2014 and definitely after 2016. Suddenly, my family and friends were saying, so what is the Scottish independence thing all about? Aren't you afraid of all these nationalists in Scotland? Because nationalist is a loaded word, and there was a really interesting panel in one of the breakout rooms, and many of you are there probably, because this is really one of the major reasons why Europe needs Scotland. Scotland is a counterbalance to right-wing extremist, chauvinist, xenophobic movements, which have the movements which have hijacked the idea of nationalism and patriotism. Scotland is a beacon of civic nationalism, and countries like Poland need your example. So that's my first story. The second one starts with Auld Lang Syne, the famous song which you might be interested to hear is actually used in Japanese supermarkets at closing time. As I've recently found out, it was marvelous to hear it. But you know it with Robert Burns lyrics, and I first learned it with Polish lyrics as a Girl Scout, sitting around the fire with my friends, and I had no idea it was a Scottish song, you know, coming back to my first story. But later, I realized that this is one example of how embedded Scottish influence is in our shared European culture. Polish cities bear marks of Scottish presence from the early modern period on, so that's something that Neal was talking about. You know, Stare Szkoty, Old Scotland is a district in the Hanseatic city of Gdańsk. In my hometown, Leszno, which is in central western Poland, there is a statue of Dr. Jan Johnston, or John Johnson, a second-generation Scoto-Polonus, as he would describe himself, who was a friend of Comenius, an influential early modern thinker. So Scots have shaped our European philosophical, economic, and political thought. We need the intellectual input of Scotland in today's Europe, and European partners need to be able to send students on an Erasmus exchange and to collaborate on research projects with Scottish academics. Scottish students should have the right to follow in the footsteps of the generations of Scots who studied in Padua, Utrecht, Paris, Geneva in the early modern period, and Tom Nairn, and Tom Nairn, who is our figure in the central of this gathering today. So every time I go back to Poland, I'm astonished at how the country is changing and has changed because of our recovered European links and our place at the decision table. I think Scotland deserves a place at that table too, and we will all be better off with the Scottish voice speaking in its own right on the European stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joanna. And the last speaker is Ali Smith, who we heard from before, who is, of course, MP for Stirling for the SNP, but also a former MEP and one of the most respected voices, Scottish voices in the European Parliament. I must confess that it was hearing his speeches in the past European Parliament that I got inspired to campaign for Scotland's right to rejoin the EU. So over to you, Aline.
Andrea, grazie mille, cher collègue. Great to see you. Thank you for the reference to me being a member of the European Parliament. I was doing Question Time, a dreadful, dreadful programme the other night, and I was introduced as for much of this century, Alan was a member of the European Parliament, which is actually true, but I did 16 years, very proud of representing the whole of Scotland within our family of nations. And the fact that we're not there, anymore still grieves me deeply on a daily basis. Not because of myself, my own position, but because of the diminishing of opportunity, the diminishing of horizons that all of us have suffered, but particularly the next generations. I'm a product of the European Union myself. I did my Erasmus year in Heidelberg University in Germany. I did my master's at the College of Europe in Warsaw. I was a rep on the Costa Brava in Spain, though you won't see that in any official biogs, but I've taken advantage of the rights to live, work, study, love everywhere across the European Union. And it grieves me deeply that those rights were taken away as if they were a bagatelle by people who didn't cherish what we had. And I want that back. And I want it back for the people of Scotland. I'd also like to see it back for the people of England and Wales and Northern Ireland as well. And I think we can all work towards those ends. But the question, can Europe be complete without Scotland? Well, I'd say no, I would say that, wouldn't I? The European Union is not Europe. Can Europe be complete without Norway? Can Europe be complete without Iceland? No, they're very much part of the family of nations that we're in, but political structure that is the European Union is the foremost mechanism of that structured, ongoing solidarity and cooperation, which I think is a thing of beauty. A European continent that's more used to guns and tanks and bombs, look at the broad sweep of 2,000 years of history, suddenly since the creation of the EEC, then the community, then the EU, politicians and leaders are used to talking to each other, going on holiday and marrying each other in each other's countries, and moving the peoples of Europe closer and closer together bit by bit. But the EU is a peace-building mechanism. It's a democratic solidarity mechanism. Damn sure I want to see Scotland part of it. And our sense of identity as Scots, and I'd say something a wee bit controversial, because I find, particularly when this sort of stuff is discussed in England, especially at Westminster, the conversation defaults to personal identity within a couple of sentences. And the Anglo-centric British nationalism that we see driving a lot of UK politics, where England, Great Britain, UK are essentially used interchangeably, would never happen in Wales, would never happen in Northern Ireland, would never happen in Scotland either, but happens at the very top levels of the UK government, I assure you. And that's because I think Scotland has been used to, for an awful long time, being part of something bigger, being part of something that isn't just about us. We've always lacked the delusion of exceptionalism. Now that's, we're coming towards St Andrew's Day, so as an SNP politician, I've got a lot of St Andrew's night dinners in my diary. And I love the fact that St Andrew, our patron saint, never saw Scotland. Never heard of Scotland. Scotland didn't exist. St Andrew was martyred in Patras in Greece, and then Regulus, who was one of the monks in the basilica there, had a vision, and he was instructed by God to bring some of the relics of St Andrew. He was supposed to get on a boat and go to the ends of the earth, and wherever he was shipwrecked was where he was supposed to cite those relics and create a site of Christian ritual. And he did. He got in his boat and he sailed and he sailed and he sailed, and he was struck on a really blasted heath, a really desolate, awful place where, you know the film The Lord of the Rings, where there's Mordor and the orcs are in the mud, and he found himself marooned on this desolate shore, or as we say today, Fife. And he set up St Andrew's Cathedral, which became, in medieval times, one of the foremost Northern European Christian pilgrimage sites. But it wasn't about us. St Andrew, our patron saint, is also the patron saint of Ukraine, Russia, Greece, Cyprus, several other places. Never saw Scotland, but it's such a fundamental part of who we are and what we are. This altar, the St Andrew's Cross, was because of, in 832 at the Battle of Athelstan Ford, King August II, who was commanding a force of Picts and Scots, had a vision. There was a lot of visions in Scotland's story. And he saw God promising him victory. And there was a cross of St Andrew in white clouds against the azure blue of a Scottish summer sky.
And he promised, this is all true, look at it, this is it. And he promised on the eve of the Athelstan-Ford, I was going to say by-election there, battle, because that's how we did stuff in those days. He promised God that if he was victorious, he would make that his national symbol and he would found Scotland. And he did. So we have in a saltire the oldest national flag in Europe and hence the world, because of St Andrew and because of that vision. And our sense of who we are and what we are is about geography, but has always been rooted in a wider international context. William Wallace, when he was appointed the High Protector of Scotland, I represent Stirling, I have to know this stuff. In 1297, one of the first things he did was write a letter to the Hanseatic League, essentially saying that the English crown doesn't speak for us, Scotland is open for business. Not quite stop the world we want to get on, but pretty much that was where it was, and that was the letter of Lubeck, 1297, an assertion of Scottish independence. Likewise, the Declaration of Arbroath in 1320 isn't just a declaration to go into the ether. It was addressed to the Pope in Rome, who was the spiritual and temporal power in the European continent, and we saw ourselves very much as part of that. Scotland's independence isn't a thing in abstract. It's a thing that exists in relation to the wider world. It always has been. And that's where, fast forward to the 2016 EU referendum, I think one of the reasons that Scotland voted so significantly for EU membership, and it wasn't unanimous, and we shouldn't pretend it was retrospectively, but we did vote significantly for it, was because it was somebody at Dunblane who was canvassing in it, and it just put it beautifully that, well, we'd been used to be part of something else, so being part of Europe was quite comfortable for us. Because we're not about identity politics. And I would say that actually the quest for independence, and I think Tom Nairn was well ahead of us all of this, it's not about identity. The identity is almost taken for granted in Scotland. It's about the political power and the accountability. And it's about the faith in people who are making decisions on your behalf to act with your values. And I promise you, I see that at Westminster on a daily basis. So getting back into the European Union is, I believe, an integral part of our quest for independence. It was underpinning everything in 2014. It wasn't necessarily front of house. 18 months later in 2016, it really was front of house. And Scotland's ambitions for itself were quite clear. So my party and others, and I know I made reference to this before, but really have a read at this. An independent Scotland in the EU, the Scottish Government has set out the question of the border at Carlisle, the question of currency, how we get back into talks, what the talks will be, how we'll do it, and what the advantages for us as a society to get into the EU are, but also what we bring to the European table as well. Our energetic resources, our marine resources, our enthusiastic, educated, literate population, and actually the spirit of wanting to work in a sincere cooperation in a permanent structure with our European friends and allies. Because we are European. We always have been. We always will be. And one of the things, because of our sense of ourselves, I am so deeply proud of, and this is where Brexit really jarred with me on a deep, deep personal level, I am so proud of the fact our definition in Scotland of Scottish is, if you're here, you're one of us. Your own individual heritage, your own individual backstory is what makes you interesting, but if you're here, you're one of us. Scotland's tragedy for 200 odd years was that we exported our population. European Union freedom movement has started to reverse that, and if people want to pay us the supreme compliment of coming to live in the blasted heath that is Northern Europe, where it's dark all the time and rain falls out the sky on a regular basis, well, here, come on in, you're one of us. And the Scottish Parliament legislated to change voting entitlement in Scotland from nationality to residence for precisely that reason. And that's a queer sort of nationalism. In Brussels, every time there's an election, the SNP sat with the Greens, and hopefully will again, and I'd have to have a coffee with each of the newly elected Green MEPs and say, yeah, we're this, we're not that. I know the word nationalism, that's because the English language doesn't really have a better word for it. But here's what we are, here's what we do. Judge us by our deeds, judge us by our values. So, is Scotland a European nation? Damn sure we are. And do we need to get back into the European Union? Yes, we absolutely do.
And for those who might be sceptical about the EU, and many on the left are, and with good reason sometimes, we've never had independence in Europe. We were represented in the EU by an arm's-length sniffy Westminster apparatus that viewed it as quasi-foreign policy over there to be dealt with by a minority. If you want to see what independence in Europe looks like, look at Ireland. Ireland grabbed it, and it became part of Ireland's identity, it became part of Ireland's political culture. And in the EU, the post-Brexit negotiations, for the first time in the best part of 1,000 years, Dublin had the upper hand against the former colonial power because it was one of the 27. And if that discussion had just been happening across these islands, I have no doubt the Good Friday Agreement would have been binned. I have no doubt the special status of Northern Ireland would not have been maintained. So that European influence, that European identity has boosted Ireland's sovereignty. Because in our interconnected world, if the EU didn't exist, we'd need to invent something like it. And that's the sort of independence I want for Scotland. That's the independence I'm working on. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Aline. So we have time for a few questions from the floor, and then there is going to be an announcement from Europe for Scotland. Let's try to keep gender balance. See one there.
Hello, I hope, yes, there we go. Yes, a friend, a Swedish friend who lives in Brussels, phoned me on Sunday there, and we were talking about Brexit, and she said, how does it feel now that, you know, you're out of the EU? And I had to think of something right away, and I said, I just feel in prison somehow, and that's how I feel. Now, you've been talking about how in independent Scotland we hope we'll get back into the EU, but this is some time off. Let's be honest. So my question to Alan in particular is, when the final Brexit deal was done, Nicola Sturgeon stood up and said, well, Erasmus. Yes, we'll have a Scottish version of Erasmus. Now, that's very important for our young people to continue that. I've not seen much evidence of that so far, so perhaps you can tell me how far the government's getting with that. And also, are there other ways we can link into Europe? As I say, it'll be some time before we get readmitted to the EU, but what other links can we have, especially for our young people, to continue the link with Europe?
Scotland have in that it would force, by being independent, force the UK to give up its nuclear weapons?
Thank you. I would just like to make a comment in the European context. When Scotland joined England in the Act of Union, she kept her own legal system, and of course that was based on Roman law, unlike the English Anglo-Saxon law, and I think that shows the basis of her root, and that remains the case today.
Thank you. Shall we go in reverse order from you, Aline?
Sure, I'll start on the Erasmus programme. Yes, you're quite right. There was a commitment from the Scottish Government and the Welsh Senate as well to create a distinct programme for Scottish and Welsh students. Northern Ireland, of course, under the Good Friday Agreement and the Trade and Cooperation Agreement, Northern Irish students are part of Erasmus via Dublin. So their rights were maintained. The lack of progress on it has been about lack of capacity in terms of actually signing a cooperation agreement of that sort with the European Commission on behalf of the EU. We didn't have legal capacity to do it, in that you need to be a member state and part of the EU to be part of that. Also, that while the trade and cooperation agreement was being negotiated, there was a grey area as to how that accountability would be managed, what the legal form of that agreement would take. And all of this sounds like a real politician's answer, but when you're dealing with the European Union, there needs to be a document, there needs to be something written down that says it's this, it's this, it's this. There were also, frankly, issues about the extent to which the UK government was willing for the Scottish government to sign an agreement in those terms. And as we've seen with the UK Internal Market Act and the UK Retained EU Law Act, there is a wholesale assault happening right now on the devolved competence of the Scottish Government to sign such agreements. So there was a number of issues got in the way with that. Also, frankly, the budgetary issues in terms of how many in and out would we be able to take. Historically, EU nationals were a lot more keen to come to Scotland than our students were, sadly, to go elsewhere. So all that's being worked out, and Graham Day, as Minister, had made recently a couple of announcements on the progress to it. But that's still in the works, and that's still a commitment, and that is something I'm conscious of is still being worked on in Edinburgh to bring that forward, because we need to, because the Turing scheme just isn't anything like what we've lost, and we do need to get that back, absolutely.
Yes, just to follow up from what Alan has just said, Scottish universities have taken the initiative into their own hands, really, because nothing has been happening that would meaningfully change the situation. So, for example, Glasgow is part of the SWIS network, which is an agreement between several universities in Europe, and it sort of piggybacks on the Erasmus scheme, but we just have to set up our own links, which would allow us to send our students to European universities. Not all of them. It's much less choice at a smaller scale, but certainly we're doing what we can. It would be much easier if we could come back, but at the moment we just need to make do with individual links. But yes, we're on it.
Thank you. I'll say something about law and constitutional understandings. One of the problems is that, of course, Scotland has preserved Roman Dutch law to some extent, with some elements of common law, and that is going to be a great advantage in any negotiations with Europe. Also, it has preserved, although there are many arguments about this, the shadows of constitutional thinking, which are essentially Republican rather than monarchical. And that, I want to add here, one of the most important things about this proposed entry to the EU, and that is that you have to understand that the Anglo-British constitutional system is utterly monarchical. It is not a question of whether you have a king or a queen, to me, so much as the system, which is monarchical, in that power starts at the top and flows down gradually, reluctantly, to the bottom where the people live. And it is ancient, antique, and out of date. But that is how the British system of administration and politics and government essentially works. And that has to be turned upside down to the European idea of European modern republicanism, in which power resides at the base. That's what the whole theory of so-called subsidiarity, which is so important, means, that power goes slowly upwards and is delegated. When you, at this level, can't handle a particular problem because it's too big, you handle it and pass it up to the next one up. So a complete upturning, renversement, if you like, of the way that governance works in Scotland, unfortunately, hanging over from the Anglo-British system of governance, which we have largely inherited. That's so important, and that has to happen. On the question of nuclear weapons, I'll just say, I don't think there is the slightest chance that the EU will attempt to interfere with Westminster fetish with nuclear weapons as a symbol of power and grandeur and all the rest of it. So what will happen, in fact, the only thing which is going to change it, possibly, is very difficult negotiations, and they sure will be, about Scottish independence with a Westminster government, and then where shall the weapons go? I mean, how is it 40 or 50 years that poor old Glasgow has been, you know, the prime first-strike target for any nuclear exchange in Eurasia, and it still is. So, you know, why should that go on? Why shouldn't it be, I wouldn't say Cardiff, but how about Southampton?
Thank you.
I don't see the EU getting anywhere or even daring to attempt to interfere with the British, Anglo-British obsession, the Ukrainian obsession with nuclear weapons. It takes a long time to leave that off.
We'll see about that. I mean, many in Europe don't like nukes. Anyway, Asa, you want to...
Yeah, just maybe a quick comment about the possibility of like how do we create cooperation? How can we continue despite Brexit? And I think losing the institution, the platform that the EU was definitely going to make things more difficult. And it is making things more difficult for artists, for example. But despite all this, you know, people in Europe are still interested in Scotland, they're still inspired by Scotland, they're still looking towards Scotland. Certainly from, you know, I interact with a lot of French people through the magazine I co-created with a bunch of fantastic French people this year, La Revue Écossaise. And actually, the vast majority of our readership is not even, you know, in this country. It's in France, it's in Canada, the overseas territories of France as well. We have some readers in Nouvelle-Calédonie, New Caledonia, which I actually find pretty cool. So, and also politically, if you see, so there are a lot of debate in France about the centralization of the state. It's a very centralized state in a very different way than the UK, but still very centralized, and you have calls for more autonomy, coming especially from Brittany, from Corsica. And in Brittany especially, you have the Democratic Brittany Union, Union Démocratique Bretonne. But the demand that they're formulating to the French state is, can we have something a bit like devolution in Scotland? They're looking at Scotland for inspiration of what we could have in France. So the links and the interest is happening, I think, as long as we want it to happen. So I think it's also up to us, individual citizens, to be curious about each other.
Thank you very much, Assa. We have just a couple of minutes before the end of the session, and I would like to introduce a new guest to make a very quick announcement to address something that we didn't really have time to mention, which is the European elections in next spring. And you probably all have found on your seat some flyers, and I would like to ask Elise Teleron, who is a member of our campaign and also of Yes4You. Yes4You, you might know as an organization that organized the rally on the 2nd of September. And you might also remember Elise because she spoke after the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, in the rally in Holyrood after the Supreme Court judgment, when she read a statement of solidarity, which was read simultaneously also in Rome, Brussels, Paris, Berlin, and Dublin. Over to you, Elise. What do you want to tell us?
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, everyone. So I'm very pleased to be popping out to make this announcement today. So I've been given the task to announce the launch of a new Europe for Scotland petition, which will be launched officially on the 30th of November, St. Andrew's Day. But today we are asking you to be the early signatories of this petition. And as Andrea said, on your seats you should have seen a flyer. And on this flyer, you have a QR code, which will take you to a private page where you can sign the petition if you wish to do it. Just to say, we are not launching officially today. It's a pre-launch. So if you could keep the petition for yourself just now, and then after the 30th of November, just spread it far and wide to everyone you can think of. Okay, so that's where you find petition. What is the petition about? As Andrea said, in the context of the European elections next year, 2024, and in the context of the debate on EU enlargement, we are trying to get the voice of the people of Scotland to be heard across the EU. So we are actually asking the citizens of Scotland to sign this petition to relay your voice to the EU, okay? So that's what we're asking you to do. Europe for Scotland is very excited and felt that it was important for Scottish citizens to have an opportunity to engage in the EU debate, having lost that possibility of engagement with Brexit, okay? So if you want to be part of the conversation, please sign it now and share it after the 30th of November. And if you haven't got a flyer, there are extra flyers in the ballroom just under the Europe for Scotland banner, actually holding the Europe for Scotland banner, so they're on top of the Europe for Scotland banner. So you can get one there and get your signature in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elise. I also want to point to Nina Jetter on the second row that has a lot of these flyers and is also the co-director of Europe for Scotland with me. I think we have run out of time, so I would like to really thank our speakers and thank all of you as well. It's been a very long and exciting day, I hope, and I pass it on to Peter for some final remarks.
We have a three-course closing for you. I'm going to be very quick now, and I'm just going to hand over to James for the final time today, and he's going to do the news where you are.
I've just actually cleared this with Peter. I noticed when we were talking about how long I was going to take to do this, I said this is about 2.5 minutes, but I noticed on the programme it gives me 5 minutes. So he's allowed me to do one other thing first. And so I'm going to read you a poem before I get to the news where you are. Earlier on I made reference to a language called Pish. I've had very little Pish today. It's been absolutely brilliant to listen to such a wide range of people speaking so eloquently and passionately about so many different things. And I feel like people are going to leave this room with a renewed sense of purpose and hope. And Antonio Gramsci has been mentioned several times. It seems to me that behind the spirit of Tom Nairn is the ghost of Gramsci in today's proceedings. And one of my favourite quotes of Gramsci's is his belief in pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will. And I think that's a guiding force to take us through the bad times so we get to the better times. So I would like to read you a poem that I wrote last year for an organisation, a charity called Rock Trust. The Rock Trust is a charity established in Edinburgh 31 years ago now, 30 years last year, which is a charity specifically dealing with homelessness and young people in homelessness. And when they published a book to mark the 30th year of their existence, not in any way as a celebration, but to note that they were still there doing necessary work 30 years after they started. And the hope was that in 10 or 20 or 30 years further on, they wouldn't exist because that problem would have been solved. But we know that there will always be other new problems coming along, and there'll be new needs to address those issues. But what the Rock Trust does is to try to replace despair with hope and to bring positive change into the lives of young people who are afflicted by homelessness and by lots of the other issues that bring about homelessness. So this is a poem I wrote for them, and you'll notice when I read it that it owes something to the work of Bob Dylan. but it's also written in a fairly full-on Scots. And if you're not familiar with all the words, don't worry. I hope that lets you, the sound and the direction of travel will get you through to the end. As my late friend, the Dundee singer-songwriter Michael Mara used to put it when he was launching into one of his, what you might call, full-strength Dundonian songs, hopefully I'll meet you at the other end. This is called A Sair Time Coming. And when I wrote it last year, I was full of doubts and pessimisms about the state of the world, and I still am. But we have to look beyond those things and invest some of our faith in optimism of the will. Oh, what have you been, my dearest Jane? Oh, what have you been, and are you come hame? I hae stochid and strayed up vennels and closes. I hae stood on a ledge and looked down at the water. I was out in the cold, but I burned with a fever. I was pitting cells for consorting with strangers. I hae slept with the deed in 1,000 old kirkyards. And it's a sair, and it's a sair. Oh, it's a sair, aye, it's a sair time that's coming. Oh, what did you see, my dearest Ain? Oh, what did you see, and are you come hame? I saw hunkering men like soldiers in trenches. I saw women with misery etched on their faces. I saw folk getting bivvied and folk that were starving. I saw beggars with dogs and naebody caring. I saw streets full of shops that shone like cathedrals. Their windows were mirrors, but the glass was all broken. And it's a sair, and it's a sair. Oh, it's a sair, aye, it's a sair time that's coming. What did you hear, my dearest Ain? Oh, what did you hear, and are you come hame? I heard the bird sing in the heart of the city. I heard chainsaws roar in the midst of the forest. I heard orchestras playing and missiles exploding. I heard diplomats screaming and scientists praying. I heard an old spaewife, I tell thee. I heard an old botach, he couldn't stop greeting. I heard a young lass, she was ranting and raging. It's a sair, and it's a sair, oh, it's a sair, aye, it's a sair time that's coming. And what did you meet, my dearest Ain? Aye, what did you meet before you came home? I met some that were ghasts and some that were haunted. I met bairns that had drowned in the deeps of the ocean. I met teachers with guns and dreamers with banners. I met peacemakers wading in blood to their oxes. I met a dictator. He said he was sorry. I met a protester. She said she was Jesus. And it's a sair, and it's a sair. Oh, it's a sair, aye, it's a sair time that's coming. What will you do now, my dearest Ain? Aye, what will you do, and will you bide hame? I'll awa to the dreich and desolate places, to yowl at the moon and break bread with a stranger. I'll stravig in the woods and hunt with a hullet. I'll drink for the pool of the salmon of wisdom. I'll seek out the licht in the beeld of the mountain. I'll gang to the shore and collogue with a selkie. I'll ston at the lip of the loch like a hen. Then I'll look to the lift and the grey lags abin me, crying their news out of the tunes and the clachans where hodden people are walking and roosing, the hameless, the harmless, the sick and the stricken. But gin there to thole or gin there to rise, it's a sair, and it's a sair, oh, it's a sair, aye, it's a sair time that's coming. That's all from us. Now it's time for the news where you are. The news where you are comes after the news where we are. The news where we are is the news. It comes first. The news where you are is the news where you are. It comes after. We do not have the news where you are. The news where you are may be news to you, but it is not news to us. The news may be international, national, or regional. The news where we are may be international news. The news where you are is never international news. Where you are is not international. The news where you are comes after the international and national news. The news where you are may be national news or regional news. However, national news where you are is not national news where we are. It is the news where you are. If the news where you are is national news, it is only national where you are. The news where we are is national wherever you are. On Saturdays, there is no news where you are after the news where we are. In fact, there is no news where you are on Saturdays. Any news there is not where you are. It is where we are. If there is news where you are but not where we are, we'll wait until Sunday. After the news where you are comes the weather. The weather where you are is not the national weather. The weather where you are comes after the news where you are, and after the weather where you are comes the national weather. Do not confuse the national weather with the weather where you are. The weather where you are comes first, but is lesser weather than the national weather. Extreme weather is news. However, weather that is more extreme where you are than where we are is not news. Weather that is extreme where we are is news, even if extreme weather where we are is only average weather where you are. On average, weather where you are is more extreme than weather where we are. Tough shit. Good night.
And to summarise today's event, I'm now going to hand over to Joyce McMillan. I can't think of anyone better to do this. I'm really looking forward to hearing how she synthesised what's happened today. Joyce.
Well, it's a tremendous honour to be asked to do this, and I just want to thank all the speakers that I've heard today and all speakers that I haven't been able to hear, because of course there have been, as we all know, some terrific, tantalising clashes between the breakout sessions and the sessions here in the main hall. So it's been a tremendous privilege to have been here today, and of course the job of summarising it is completely impossible. I've thought about it, and I've drawn so many different strands out of it. I couldn't possibly, in a brief summing up, because I think it should be brief at this time of the day, couldn't possibly cover everything I've thought and everything I've learned. And so I'm going to go back to Will Storer's wonderful introduction to the day, back just before 10 o'clock this morning. Will, if you remember, talked to us about 4 Toms, the 4 different Tom Nairns that he knew and valued and loved. Tom the European, Tom the revolutionary, Tom the social scientist, and Tom the citizen and activist, who was never far from the political movements that were close to the heart of his concerns and the issues that he wrote about with such eloquence and such wit. And I think every one of those 4 Toms would have been really delighted by some of what he has heard today, and perhaps almost by all of it. I think Tom the European would have been delighted by the discussions today, and in particular by this final discussion that we've heard this evening. I think he would have been thrilled that despite the Brexit triumph of those who prefer a kind of nostalgic and exceptionalist view of the UK. I think he would be delighted by the extent to which that old Ukrainian ideal is now being tested to destruction by the Conservative government that we have, and is being rumbled and rejected by ever more people across these islands. And I think he would have been thrilled by the tone of that discussion and by the way that it forces, as that idea begins to crumble in front of our eyes, it forces discussion about where our partnerships and where our allegiances and where our belongings will be in the future. So I think he would have been delighted by that, by the emergence of a European dimension and by its continuing strength in the movement for Scottish self-determination and for Scottish statehood, that it is always seen in a European context and always with a European future, and hopefully with an internationalist future that goes beyond that as well. Secondly, I think Tom the Revolutionary would have been thrilled to hear the spirit of some of his old comrades and the spirit of 1968, which was evoked by Hilary Wainwright this morning. I think he would have been delighted by the sense that underlying the apparent political stasis of the United Kingdom, the apparent constitutional conservatism of both the main parties and the apparent stalemate of the independence debate in Scotland, there is a growing sense that the old Ukrainian state, which we've seen being pushed to its extremes by the muscular unionism, so-called, and the other extremely reactionary moves of the present government, that state is increasingly forcing a recognition that people in these islands have to stand up, have to stop crouching, as Hilary Wainwright put it, and have to begin negotiating with each other on their feet as citizens rather than as subjects. I think he would have really valued the sense that that is now bubbling under, the decaying structures of the United Kingdom as we have known it, and is a movement that's becoming stronger and stronger. And that movement has many strands to it. It's not just about nations stepping forward to declare their own sovereignty, although that will be part of it or may be part of it. It's not just about those nations, once they've recognized one another as sovereigns, renegotiating new relationships. The word confederalism has been both mentioned and rejected in really interesting ways today, but those relationships being renegotiated in that new context. But it's also in the recognition that standing up and becoming a citizen of a democracy is not an event, of course, as everyone used to say about devolution. I think David Steele and various others, George Robertson, used to say about devolution. It was always going to be a process. And that process involves, as Jamie Driscoll reminded us, talking about his role as mayor in the northeast of England, that process also involves local government. It involves an internal process of continuous democratisation and debate about democratisation, as well as renegotiation of international relations between perhaps newly sovereign nations. I think Tom, the social scientist, would have been delighted by much of what we've heard today, and particularly with the care that we've seen from some of our academic speakers who are really listening to people in the communities who have really had a tough time in the UK over the last 40 years, many of whom voted for Brexit as an act of protest, among other motives, and many of whom are yearning to have their voices heard, listening to those voices, understanding the nuances of what was going on beneath the surface of that vote, beneath the surface of Scotland's referendum. These are the great works of social science, and understanding also the relationships among the people of Europe, how they see each other, how they see the future of Europe, and what the European project means to them. There's so much good work and research being done on people's attitudes and feelings in all of those areas, and I think Tom would deeply have appreciated the subtlety and the attention to reality and to detail in a lot of what we've heard today. But finally, I think the most delighted and joyful of all would have been Tom, the active citizen. Tom, who was always looking for movements and for things like political parties, but perhaps not political parties, but political formations, which he thought would be pushing things in a positive direction. I think he'd have been thrilled, for instance, by Leanne Woods's insight into the kind of symbiotic relationship between the idea of independence in Scotland and the idea of independence in Wales. People in Wales say they would be much more likely to vote for independence if Scotland had already done so. And I suspect many people in Scotland would feel almost goaded into voting for independence if they felt that Northern Ireland had finally worked itself up to the point of saying, we are off, we're not going to be part of the UK anymore. So that kind of productive symbiosis between all of these parts of the UK who need to talk to each other, who need to support one another as we seek out a different kind of future and move on at last from that kind of dreaming. I think he would have loved Caroline Lucas's idea that this event should be the beginning of something. Perhaps, Caroline said, a roadshow that goes around the UK and begins to bring these issues and these possibilities in front of people in every part of the UK and Ireland. I've also been delighted to hear mentions of the things that have kept me sane through 40 years of writing about relatively reactionary government most of the time at UK level. Trade unionism has had one or two mentions, and as a member of a union, the National Union of Journalists, which has always organised in both the UK and Ireland, and which was not deterred from doing so by Ireland becoming independent over 100 years ago, I'm fascinated by the role that active trade unionism can play in all of this, and I'm so glad that that was mentioned in the session earlier this afternoon, and the new appeal of trade unionism and labour organisation to a younger generation who are beginning to understand just what a raw deal workers can be given if they don't organise, if they don't take those steps. And above all, really, as someone who's been kept sane through all these years by my double role as both a theatre critic and a political commentator, I think it's wonderful, you know, both to hear these wonderful poems that we've been hearing throughout the day, absolutely fantastic, from James Robertson, but also to remember the vital role that artists have played in both Scotland and Wales in reinventing, reimagining, joking about, developing the idea of, making into fun the idea of building a new and different kind of political community. All of those have been absolutely vital here, and I'm sure that if you look beneath, even slightly beneath the surface of English culture and the very bland version of it that often comes to us through the mainstream media, the same is true there. Tremendous rivers of creativity, of poetry, of brilliant novel writing, of music of every kind, from classical to rap. Let's think, after all, that it was back in 1977, the same year that Tom Nairn published The Breakup of Britain, that the Sex Pistols were on it. Their thought was as advanced as that of Tom Nairn, although perhaps a little less detailed. In 7 words, they summed up the spirit of much of what Tom was saying about the state of the UK's constitution back then. They said, there is no future in England's dreaming, meaning England's imperial dreaming, England's nostalgic dreaming, England's dreaming of the past rather than of the future. I think what we've learned here today is that that old kind of dreaming is dying in these islands. It's slow, it's agonizing. There are many sort of florid symptoms of death twitches and apparent revivals and all the rest of it. But today we've also seen what a new kind of dreaming would look like, and not just dreaming, but practical organisation and planning for a different kind of community of these islands, in which people as citizens step up both to claim their own sovereignty and to cooperate and live together with one another, and also to become better and more powerfully contributing citizens of the wider world. So we've seen glimpses of all those possibilities today. We've had hints of the organisational structures, or at least a series of events which could begin to lead us in that direction. It's been tremendously inspiring. It's been truly thrilling. I want to thank the organisers again for putting it all together. Thank everyone for being here, and wish you all the best in taking these ideas, Tom's ideas, and his wonderful spirit of inquiry, of campaigning, and of liberating politics forward into the future. Thank you.
I offered you 3 courses. I suppose this makes this the pudding. So I just really wanted to add to those thanks on behalf of those of us who've organised this. To you as attendees, you've made this event. It's been incredibly exciting. There's been a real vibe of urgency and change in the room, and I think that's been fantastic. I want to thank the speakers who have been uniformly fantastic. Some of the best speeches I think I've ever seen today, and I'm really invigorated by that. I want to thank the steering group, of which Joyce was a part, and a number of other people in the room were part, who helped us to bring that group of speakers together and give us plenty of good advice and maybe a little bit of bad advice on how to run the event. I want particularly from the steering group, from the executive, to thank Anthony Barnett, whose idea this was. And I don't want to embarrass him, but quite often I say, do you know he's 81? And people say, what? He's 81? An incredibly vibrant person and somebody with so much energy to bring this together. And Adam Ramsey as well, who also did an enormous amount of work to help us. And finally, Jamie, you're there, and Anne, you're there. Can you come up? I'm sorry to do this to you. So this is the slightly shyer event organisers who don't quite enjoy being on stage as much as I do. And I think we've got a couple of gifts for them. So Jimmy has been working on this with me for 7 months, and we've got to know each other a lot better. It's been an enormous pleasure, so thank you. You were only with us for the last little bit, but you really helped to pull things together, so thank you so much. And we have a little gesture of thanks for you. The last and
swap, right? It's a gendered pigeon, I think.
I hope you like space, Ollie. And the last and most important announcement is that I think some of us will be continuing the conversation in Milnes Bar round the corner, so you're all very welcome to join us. I haven't told them that, so we might have to find an overspill. Thank you all so very much, and it's been a wonderful day. Thank you.